And we are back, hopefully, with full sound. Quick audio update there, obviously, given the server restarts. But as we rejoin the race, it is Jason Lingard, who's down in last place then. So obviously involved in something else, but he's down at the back of the grid. Now it's Aurelian Cross that's leading the way still, with Alan Hart in second, Jonathan Thell in third place, with Paul Simon showing in fourth. Oh, that's Lingard just being lapped there. So it's Simon in fourth. Routes is Linen in fifth place at the moment. Roguski and Cheshire sixth and seventh. Faltea just been handed some penalties. I would guesstimate that's for the contact into turn number one. Of course, a slight mistake, bit of a miss of the brakes. Can cause a bit of a pile-up in a corner that is essentially a hairpin. So Faltea in eighth at the moment. Pavlik. Welcome, Macatak. It's good to be back. After all that, my microphone, which is connected to my Stream Deck and audio software, decided to force through an update. Of course. So I've had to restart everything, but we have restarted. We are up and running, and we've seen some big changes. Jason Lingard, as I say, running it down at the back of the pack, behind Bradbury and Tully. We've got confirmation on the number of laps. He is a lap down at the moment, as we did see Thel go past him. Indeed, Macatak, you've got to laugh, don't you? But it is Aurelian Cross. Still leading the way. Alan Hart doing his best to keep in touch. As you can see, not much separating these two. They do have a healthy 3.2 seconds back to Thel, who again has got 6 seconds back to Simon. So a decent gap back there to the BMW. Faltea looking to make his way back through the field. Started, of course, in fourth position. Does have that penalty to serve in his next pit stop. He is closing on Cheshire in that Ferrari. Cuthbert as well for will race for Haggis. Started well inside, or just inside the top 10. They too caught up in that early incident and now find themselves just behind Tully and Tate for the Simi Thor and Wiz Motorsport teams respectively. So we know that he's got pace. Roughly, I'm sure Bradbury started down at the back, I'm sure. Tully is a bit further up as well. Tully and Tate, yeah, both further up. Kim Sign as well. There is. That's Evan Tate. We've gone on it. There's Sign just ahead for the Wiz Potato team at one point, showing inside the top 10. But I think that was just a telemetry trying to catch up to all the movers and shakers. Dubos then for the HRT team, all over the back of Woolacott in the Audi. Looking to open up the corner, and all he's potentially done is got Breitenstein into it. Of course, Breitenstein, he of front 2-row starting position, now in 12th. That's a great run he's got on the exit to the Mercedes arena, right round the outside of the Mercedes. Very little battle put up there from the Mercedes, knowing full well the pace of Breitenstein, given his qualifying position. No point in holding yourself or him up. Dubos just ahead. That's not what we're looking for. Oh, sorry, it's Dubos in the Mercedes, and it is Woolacott, of course, in the Audi, the CVR2 team. Currently in 10th, Pavlik just ahead. Faltea still trying to get away his way past. That says Kailami, and it should say Nurburgring. Yeah, but Faltea looking for a move. Down through Advan Bogan, certainly got the run. Well, has a look up the inside on the way into the NGK chicane. Used that slipstream beautifully. Does get the side-by-side. Oh, a little bit of contact there with the Ferrari on the way in. Not much room for the Aston there. And it is the Ferrari holds on to the position. Now Pavlovic for India team, looking to put the fellow Aston of Faltea under a lot of pressure into turn number one. He's going to be afforded a bit of slipstream as well. That V12 absolutely screaming its way down the start-finish straight, heavy on the brakes into turn one, full rotation for both cars. And into the Mercedes arena, it's still Voltaire with 8. Pavlik, though, much closer than he was on that last lap. Breitenstein still trying to find his way past Woolacott then. Oh, he's got a good run through the middle section of the Mercedes arena there on the exit. Oh, you can see just how much closer he's getting, so much quicker through that middle section there. But the Audi gets a good exit and away it pulls. And Breitenstein still in that slipstream again, but the Audi just kicking it that little bit harder through the gear changes. The Porsche, of course, not exactly famous for its top end speed, and a lot of tracks you can certainly find itself lagging behind. No such worries for the BMWs. It's certainly around the Nurburgring. At the moment, Hart and Cross still separated by less than half a second, as it is Aurelian still leading the way. The Wild Things racing car took pole position and has led ever since, despite a lot of toing and froing in the positions over the opening first corner. Tate then still in 15th, with Cuthbert in 16th, Tully in 17th position at the moment. These three still fairly close, and fastest car on the track, Jason Lingard, and he finds himself down in 20th position after a couple of unfortunate early incidents. And in fact, he's obviously hanging, keeping pace with the cars that are just ahead of him, and that is the lead 3 cars. As you can see, Alan Hart looking very quick again. The BMW through that Mercedes arena certainly seems to have an advantage, but track position is key. A bit of a wiggle on the exit there for the Porsche. Fell not too far behind, and that is Jason Lingard, you can see just behind him. So a battle he would otherwise be involved in. Now finds himself, unfortunately, a lap down. What car would be best for an endurance race? That's one of those you would probably... It does depend entirely on the track. The BMW seems to be a good all-rounder. It certainly seems to be popular in a lot of the races that I've seen recently. There is a big patch coming though, so that could change things. The Porsche doing well, but again, it lacks top-end speed, so places like Kailami, you're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. And in fact here, as well, you would expect the penalty that just popped up on the screen there. So Breitenstein's been given a penalty as well then. That's a 10-second penalty heel serving. Again, the BMW down through Advan Bogan, absolutely all over the back of it. The Porsche ahead, Cross stays defensive on the inside line. The BMW stays in position, both of them through there beautifully. They know that any type of incident, any loss of momentum and fell is going to be all over the back of them. Voltaire still trying to get his way past Cheshire at the moment. The Ferrari doing the defensive duties he needs to do, or needs to get done, and Breitenstein as well. He is now ahead of Woolacott, just confirming that there. So yeah, he is ahead of Woolacott. Tully and the gang still having this great 3-way battle, but it is still a 3-way battle, or it is now a 3-way battle up at the front, as we can see. Alan Hart out of the Mercedes arena once again. The BMW with the advantage through that part of the corner. I don't think Alan is on full race fuel either, with that extra flashing red light on the back. But he was within a couple of tenths there of Cross in first, and has fell right into this race. I did say this bat could invite him back in, and it is now a 3-way battle for the podium. And again, it must be a bit of a bitter pill to swallow at the moment for Jason Lingard, fastest driver on the track, qualified well inside the top 4, and now finds himself in last place, a lap down, and watching the 3-way battle for the lead of the race that he could well have been involved in. I mean, this could quite easily be the running order for the race, and no one would bat an eyelid. With these 4 cars physically this close to one another on track, with the fact that Lingard down in 20th there after those early incidents, you do feel that we've been robbed of a phenomenal 4-way battle up at the front of the field. But at the minute, it is this 3-way battle. It is Cross, Hart and Fell. that Lingard's got this phenomenal view of. Thel looking at just to bide his time. He knows if Hart goes to make an overtaking move, he's going to have to make it stick, and he's going to find himself completely boxed out and losing out on that position. He's having a look into turn number 1, a bit later on the brakes. Good entry there by Thel. He's going to get a nice rotation into the arena. Lingard still watching in the background. Difficult for him to unlap himself at the moment, given this is a three-way battle for the lead of the race. Voltaire still trying to get past Cheshire. Breitenstein catching up to Pavlik, who is now all over the back, in fact, of Voltaire himself. So Voltaire, while he's trying to get past Cheshire, he's bringing Pavlik and Breitenstein right back into this, and Voltaire and Breitenstein, both of those penalties. 10 seconds over the 5 hours. Might not seem too detrimental, but it could be very much the difference between having clear track when you come out the pits and being caught up in traffic. It could certainly throw your race strategy clean out of the window. Simon's still lapping comfortably in 4th place at the minute. Still a three-way battle for the lead though. Thel and Hart still trying to chase Relly and Cross, who started for Wild Things Racing in the Porsche, up at the front, coming into sector 3 once again. And it's going to be Hart enjoying the slipstream. And Thel, oh, you can see just how quick Lingard is. He is right on the back of Thel at the moment. We've still got that. So yeah, the Wiz Motorsport team really are more than comfortable keeping pace. They've got the fastest lap of the race so far. Into the final chicane. BMW is still lurking there in the rear view mirror. Alan Hart, it's a lot of German engineering, both under his feet and in that rear view mirror. And the Porsche leading the way. Crosses the line to start lap number 16. And he is still ahead of Hart and Thel. Simon in 4th, right line in. Oh, is he having a look into turn number 1 again? Look how close Thel manages to get there into turn number 1. The Porsche really massively reliant at this stage on having that all-important track position and using it as much to his advantage as he can. Lingard at this point, he really will just like to get ahead of these three and run his own race, potentially catch up, but even over a 4.5 hour race, losing this much time, it's going to be a big ask at getting himself back up in contention for this podium battle come the end. Oh, there we go, the donation now. Being a round number is important to me. Oh, did we just have a donation? Right, there isn't a page. In fact, I can see that up there. Thank you very much to Sozwa if you have just donated. Let me just see if I can see that. £9.81, €9.81, just to make it a nice round number. Phenomenal stuff, thank you very much. Love that, there we go. Dedication to the charity and keeping things nice and even. Good sir, I applaud thee. And let's applaud the drivers that we've got on track. They've actually got Bradbury just ahead of them in the McLaren now, so the blue flags are going to be waving as the top 3 make their way through. Lingard will of course unlap himself at this point as well. Down in Ad Van Bogen once again. Just look at the difference in the top end speed between the BMW and the Porsche. Anytime there's a bit of a straight, that BMW all over the back of the Porsche, but the track position beautifully maintained by Cross up at the front, and he is maintaining that lead again. Then we can see Thel get ever larger in the rear view mirror, a Hart ahead of him. Hart popping out with the slipstream. Thel, is he going to pop himself into the space being left? He is indeed. It's all or nothing for Alan Hart on the inside. Is he going to get cut back by Thel? Thel certainly having a look for it. Oh, and he is really pressing the issue now. Some really good, obviously, very even lap times from the 3 drivers up at the front. The BMWs definitely seem to be quicker than that Porsche though. So full credit to the Porsche driver. We've seen a bit of a change here as well. Pavlik. Oh no, Woolacott is defending from Taylor, Cuthbert, Tate, Tully and now Dryzik. All still very close indeed. Pavlik still watching this battle between Voltaire and Cheshire. Voltaire at the minute unable to get his way past the prancing pony. That is the Ferrari there. Oh, good exit there by Faultier. Phenomenal view of this battle there by Pavlik. Oh, and he's just been overtaken there. Breitenstein getting himself involved, and that is not the best exit there by Pavlik. And Breitenstein, after 4 laps, finally gets that position taken and finds himself now up in to 9th place. Faultier then, he really is going to have to press the issue now, given Breitenstein's pace. You don't imagine it's going to take long for him to close up on this battle ahead. And there's going to be more overtakes soon, you would guesstimate. The top 3 still within half a second of one another. Estelle and Hart still hunting down the Porker. As Mr. Rose in chat confirming the Porker is the best car. As a die-hard Ferrari fan, I'm not sure I can 100% get on board with that particular sentiment. Because as everybody knows, the Ferrari is in fact the best car. So we could do we'll do a prediction in chat. Oh, and look at the move by Thel. Absolutely 100% again. The BMW getting punched through there. The double slipstream being afforded by the cars ahead, and he got himself side by side into turn number 1. Firing shots to the drivers ahead to let them know one slight mistake, and he will be more than happy to pounce. 4:10 separating the top 3 now as they exit the Mercedes Arena on lap number 17. Sorry, lap number 18. Faultier and Breitenstein now well within a second of one another, and this is certainly hurrying Faultier along, as you can see, almost side by side there with Cheshire. Into the Mercedes Arena that was. Let me just get my bearings on the map. It is indeed. There is the exit. But Breitenstein not wasting any time at all. Catching up to this battle. Is he going to get the overtake on Faultier? Will he get a double? Will he get Cheshire as well as Faultier? Going to find a way to use Breitenstein's advance to his advantage and get himself ahead of Cheshire. For the past 5 laps, Cheshire has fended off all advances from the Aston Martin and down into the hairpin. Oh, Faultier looking to go side by side, and has he boxed himself out? Breitenstein on the apex. Good acceleration from the Manta Racing car. Better from the Ferrari. Faultier still sandwiched in the middle on the way into the Schumacher S's. Oh, all 3 cars making it through beautifully there. And as we can see, Breitenstein just having a look to see. Pops out the slipstream at this stage. Having this slipstream can be good, but you definitely don't want to carry too much pace into the corners. You end up just working the tyres and the brakes that little bit harder. Not what you need to be doing over a 5-hour race. Still got 4 hours and 24 minutes of this to go. And up at the front, Jonathan Thel once again almost identical to the previous lap then. Gets his nose right in there next to Alan Hart. And again, Hart I think is running on reduced fuel numbers. I know we don't usually use this camera. Yeah, he's got a flashing red light, so he's doing something clever with his fuel map so far. Doing something clever with his fuel map. So whether that is fuel saving to try and sneak, as I was saying, you're not going to get 2 hours out of one of these cars, but you can certainly sneak maybe an hour and a half, a little bit of fuel saving, bit of tyre saving, so potentially looking for an hour and a half opening stint. Try and round out those 5 minutes. On the 65, there's Lingard's nose getting involved. Still there, Breitenstein. Still getting involved here. Half a second now separating these 3. So 2 drivers, so the 3 drivers currently on the podium separated by half a second, and 2 drivers that were on the podium currently separated by half a second. This battle inside the top 10 now. As Breitenstein looks for a move, he's going to go side by side on his way into the hairpin. We saw the Faultier and the Wild Things cars try to do the same thing around the outside on the last lap. Breitenstein has a look. Faultier went up the inside. Breitenstein trying to go round the outside into the Schumacher S's. It is still as you were in those positions. Thel, still as you were up at the front into the Coca-Cola curve. Alan Hart. Still having to defend and attack, although in this time around it looks like Thel too far back. Instantly, the defensive line taken by the Porsche has got the inside line. Hart around the outside. Fell beautifully on the brakes. Trying to cut. A nice move there by the BMW into turn number 1. Gets the cutback done. Takes the lead of the race. It's now Aurelian Cross. Finds himself the sandwich driver. 19 laps in. Hart has been very patient over the piece. And he's finally got that move done. Fell then. Lurking in the background. He's made his intentions more than clear on a couple of occasions in this opening stint. And certainly, given the pace deficit the Porsche does seem to have, you would think it's going to take a monumental effort for Cross to hang on to the second position now. Hart leads the way into the hairpin then. Cross second, Thel in third place. Simon still in fourth with Ruislinen still in fifth, 3.5 seconds back. Roguski 7.5 seconds down the road with Cheshire, a further 7 seconds back. But Cheshire, and in fact, that's a back marker. There's not been an overtake. The Wild Things racing car is still between Cheshire and Brightonstein, 7th, 8th and 9th, these three drivers. Woolacott in 10th place. Pavlovic in 11th, Gav Taylor up to 12th. Is Dubos in 13th, Sign in 14th place. Cuthbert for the Will Race for Haggis team up in 15th position, with Tate in 16th, Tully in 17th position. Just behind him, Drake. Lingard now up to 19th. He has unlapped himself. Oh, and that is a change for the Porsche. Let's jump on a helicam up through the Schumacher S's. The Porsche of Cross in second place, clearly. Ooh, that's a bit of gravel kicked up. He did lose momentum on his way into sector 3, and that's very quickly pounced on by Thel then. They're still side by side over the apex, but down in Advan Bogan, that is job done and dusted for Thel. Up to second position. Slightest mistake by the Porsche. Oh, and he's on the gravel there again. Oh, he really did. He had a lot better pace there out of that corner than the BMW ahead of him. Almost made contact onto the grass, and gravel slowed him down. And it's Lingard who has unlapped himself as well. Oh, and there's been a rear ending, and that is in the braking zone. So that is why Cross now shown in third position. Lingard has unlapped himself, but he's just given the... Well, not given the position back, he's just yielded to blue flags once again. And he's let Cross through. So we didn't see that on stream. What we've also missed then, I wonder if we can catch this. Yes, we can. Oh, through the final chicane. Oh, the Ferrari absolutely floundering as the Aston Martin has a big look up the inside. He's already got his nose in front before the apex of the corner. And he is now up into 7th position. And Brighton as well, wasting no time whatsoever and forcing the issue, going round the outside into turn number 1. The Ferrari looking to fight back, dive straight for that apex. Going to be a bit of a tight turn. The Porsche right round the outside and into the Mercedes arena. Brighton has made it up another position, so he's up into 8th place. Cheshire now in 9th. Phenomenal defensive display there from Cheshire for multiple laps to fend off two drivers that were battling for top spot honours, but he has finally given in to the advances of Faultea, and Brighton not wasting any time following his fellow podium competitor through. So up to 7th and 8th for Faultea and Brighton. Of course, both of them got an extra 10 seconds to serve in their first pit stop. Oh, Tully with a big look up the inside, gets that move done on the brakes beautifully. The Porsche having a look back, doesn't get this one this time, but Eamon Tully then nicely done over Optimum Motorsport. I believe yeah, that is Evan Tate, so he's suddenly dropped down quite a few positions there. Oh no, he was already behind Tully, sorry. That position is going to change. We did just see that overtake, and I've just hit myself in the face with a microphone. Phenomenal stuff. Nice little battle here now. Yes, indeed. Couple of nice little battles right through the field, to be fair. Thel and Alan Hart leading the way, with Hart sitting at the top spot. Nice one, Davis says the Sozwa. Nice one, Lawrence. Great to see the drivers being cheered on. Also looking forward to trying the new Ferrari. Yes, indeed. The 296. Oh, yes. Put that one straight in my basket, please. Thank you. Take all my monies. I will be, definitely, wholeheartedly giving that thing an absolute testing. Not that I'm any good, but I do enjoy it. I'm loving this livery as well, from the Simi Thor team. With all the Marvel characters on there. Great to see. Race for Haggis. They've closed in on the Wiz Potato Nation team. Looking to improve their position up into 14th place. Brightenstein and Faltea still doing battle. And now they've got ahead. You can see just the pace differential between themselves and Cheshire. Cheshire already 1.1 seconds down on these two. They do have a about to be lapped McLaren just ahead of them. But that is Brightenstein then into turn number 1. Porsche versus Aston. Porsche doing well along the straight. Really good corner exit out the Coca-Cola from Brightenstein to keep in contention with the Aston ahead. Really is driving that thing on the limit. We are 44 minutes in. The drivers with a maximum stint timer of 65 minutes. Maximum any one driver can do during this event is 4 hours. I'm not sure if that potentially would have been changed down to 3, because it was originally. Potentially 6 hours. Sorry, just checking. Someone in the Discord chat was potentially going to be 6 hours. That has due to a couple of server issues. Then, of course, audio issues with the broadcaster. Hurrah! Technology, it's wonderful. I love you, Elgato. Thank you. The race is now down to 5 hours. So we've got 4 hours 15 minutes left to go. There's what we're looking for. Brightenstein in the Porsche, certainly the driver on the charge. We had a couple of incidents on lap 1, turn 1. A couple of the big hitters find themselves down the field, namely Faltea, Brightenstein and Lingard. Not seemingly, he did come off worst of all. 19th he is at the moment after starting on the second row of the grid. The second place, sorry, he was on the front row of the grid. He is 48 seconds down on the car ahead. So it is very much damage limitation to see just how far through the field he can get. I'm also looking at Gavin Taylor. There he is, chasing down the Indy Racing team. Pavlik, the driver in his sights for the Mercedes. Another car that sounds absolutely phenomenal. We've got to love that. There we go. See one of the event sponsors, interwiz.uk. Proudly on the back of the Mercedes for the MindWise event. We'll keep an eye on this. Big shout out now that we're the race is up and running. We're 45 minutes in. Let me just open that again, because that, of course, all closed. Excellent. Big shout out and big thank you, of course, to interwiz.uk and Wiz Motorsport for putting on the event. Thanks to all the sponsors that donated prizes as well. Digital Motorsport giving the winner choice between a team Thrustmaster T300 wheelbase and pedals, or a Next Level Racing FGT Light rig. So thank you to them. IMB Racewear are giving away 5 £20 vouchers for use on their website. So thank you. 5 lucky winners there. Simhound are giving 3 lucky winners a choice of gloves, shoes or socks from their sim racing range. SimOcean are giving 2 1-hour VR experience vouchers for use on their premises. Twatara giving away 3 pair of sim racing gloves as well, so thank you very much to them. And the Stig of Setups, Mr. Dalking, giving away 2 1-hour coaching sessions, so thank you very much to them. for the prizes. Thank you to everyone that's been donating so far in the stream. Thank you to everyone that shared the link for the stream. And it's now saying that I can't type in the chat anymore. Excellent. But we do crack on, much like the drivers on track. Taylor looking very racy behind Pavlik then. The Mercedes seemingly got the number for the Aston. Let's see if we can use the slipstream along the start-finish straight and get close enough. Pulls out with the slipstream early then, but certainly signal his intent and happiness to go side by side, look for that position. Opens the corner up to try and get the tighter exit. And it is a good exit to turn number 1 into the Mercedes arena. He's keeping that gap nice and close. And yeah, the Mercedes, of course, one of the cars who had a massive nerf to the petrol tank. The Bentley, of course, used to be the go-to car just because of the length of stint it was able to do for its stints, because of the amount of petrol it could carry. Cuthbert in the McLaren, all kinds of sideways on his way in there. But yeah, certainly the Bentley and the Mercedes, two of the biggest victims of the nerfing. And a lot of tracks now, the cars do have the petrol tank adjusted per track as well. So it does really make one full, one car, so it really does limit the amount of cars that are dominant in the endurance space. Cuthbert still closing in his way into the hairpin. Breitenstein as well, just on his way. Yeah, he's still trying to find his way past Faultier. He really is going to have to be good on his corner exits and try and get into that slipstream and use that to try and get ahead. Although at this stage might be just as well to let the Aston Martin ahead give him that slipstream and pull him through his lap just that little bit quicker than he normally would. Faultier solidly across the line with 25 laps in. De Zeke as well. We were watching Cuthbert a moment ago. He's certainly not out of this battle just ahead as well. He is carrying a 5-second penalty, but you can certainly see Cuthbert and Sainz battling away on their way into the final chicane. And on the way into Coca-Cola curve, he's definitely looking to get himself involved here. Lingard making some good time as well. Although at the moment he is... Oh yeah, no he is. Yes, got himself separated from the Porsche. Just went on confirmation of that gap. He was 48 seconds down on Tully. But he is putting in very, very, very quick and consistent laps. Still no confirmation. He should come through the timing board any second. And that will let us see just how far behind Tully he is. Just says 1 lap, no actual time. So yeah, that would be interesting to see the difference between himself and Tully. The last time we got confirmation it was 48 seconds. So much headway is he making? Oh, Zeke. Looking to make headway past Cuthbert then. Cuthbert trying to find his way past Sainz. And it is Philip De Zeke who has caught himself right up onto the back here. Again, looking for overtakes. Breitenstein as well. Within 3 tenths, he got pardon, no, the Aston Martin is still ahead there. Alan Hart, now that he's got himself ahead, absolutely has not looked back. His lap times have certainly tumbled since he got himself ahead of that Porsche. So much so, Thel now finds himself 3 seconds behind. We saw how much he was battling with the BMW and the Porsche ahead of him. So Hart's showing some great pace in the BMW at the moment. And yeah, dream opening stint for him. Taking, oh, and that did not look good. Was that a bit of net code? Let's have a look at that. Sorry, down into the hairpin there. That looked like that BMW was all kind of sideways. He is 7/10 down on his lap time. And that is a big discrepancy given how consistently close his laps have been over this stint. No, that was just a bit of netcode and an overexcitable commentator. He did look like he was sideways though, but yeah, like I say, his lap time 8 tenths down, but then fell, sorry. 5 tenths down, so the laps are getting progressively slower. Yeah, so by the time the race finishes, it's going to be a whole lot darker, potentially a whole lot wetter as well. We did see rain pop up in one of the practice sessions when we were resetting. That would certainly throw the cat amongst the pigeons. Voltaire and Breitenstein now find themselves within 3.5 seconds of Roguski ahead of them. Unlikely they're going to close to within striking distance before the first round of pit stops. Not many cars have been in so far, but of course that 65-minute timer will be coming to an end very soon. Look how much later the Porsche is able to get on those brakes. What an exit he's just got out of the last corner as well. The Aston Martin seemingly standing still the way the Porsche took off there. Again, he's got the extra flashing light on the back into turn number 1. The Aston Martin stays on the inside line. The Porsche going for the wider entry right up the inside like the BMW. Oh, and he's almost got side by side there into the Mercedes arena, but the Aston Martin does manage to fend them off. For the moment, is this only a matter of time before Breitenstein gets this done? There is 11 minutes left before. Ooh, again. That BMW able to get so much later on the brakes. On the way into those corners, and he's definitely using that corner exit speed absolutely beautifully to maintain the minuscule gap between them and the ever constant threat of the overtake. Voltaire and Breitenstein, and with this 10-second penalty that they've got, they're going to fall back behind Cheshire as well. At the moment, again, only 10 minutes left to go before those timers start running out and drivers start accruing penalties, which none of them will be keen to do, of course. So what does Breitenstein do here? Does he come into the pits to try and get some clear track? Does he try and get himself that overtake before he comes into the pits? Voltaire doing everything absolutely perfectly at the moment. Tully still applying pressure to Tate just ahead. There is a 5-second penalty for car number 9, so Aurelian Cross, the Wild Things. Porsche receiving a 5-second penalty from the stewards. They do come in 5-second increments. So is it just a 5 or will it be a 10? Yeah, it's just the 5 seconds in, so the stewards hard at work in the background. There's 4 cars have been penalised so far, 2 with a 10-second penalty, 2 with a 5-second penalty. And fell. Now that Porsche has got no slipstream and no cars directly behind, definitely struggling for pace compared to those BMWs. And in fact, Simon, if he could find a couple of tenths for the Cerberus Virtual Racing team, he's certainly going to be giving Wild Things Porsche food for thought come stint number 3. So yeah, we'll see how that one unfolds. Breitenstein still trying to get his way. Oh yeah, Cheshire down the road, that is a car they're looking to come up to the lap. Breitenstein still trying to find his way past Voltaire then. Less than half a second separating these two. And in fact, Roguski, they've closed right in on him then. I did say he was going to be potentially towards the end of a later stint, but already they've closed to within 1.3 seconds. He's going to need to be absolutely on the ball. So I was asking whether Breitenstein will be trying to get this overtake done before he comes into pits. I think Voltaire and Breitenstein both be looking to try and get themselves ahead of Roguski if they can, even if it will only be temporarily because of that extra 10 seconds they'll serve in the pits. Depending on the strategies, the car's unable to do realistically 2 hours on the one set. But if you do run over the hour, It's 5 hours now, so yeah, so 20 minutes into the final hour if you run all your stints to the maximum. Of course, 4 hours and 20 minutes, leaving 40 minutes. So the teams will be accounting for that. Even to stop bang on the hour every hour. Faltea now once again firmly sandwiched, this time between a BMW and a Porsche. No longer the Ferrari of Cheshire ahead. But Roguski certainly well within striking distance. 4 hours, 2 minutes to go. Fast approaching the first hour mark, done and dusted in the race. And down into sector number 2, the Aston Martin really is piling on that pressure down into the hairpin. A little bit of net code there. So yeah, down in the hairpin. Very smooth on the brakes, as you would expect. Breitenstein in the background. I'm sure you'd like to be just a little bit closer then. Again, no better feeling than watching two cars battling ahead. One goes for an overtake, you slide your car into the space that's left. And yeah, getting yourself a solid position, and it puts you straight into the driving seat against the driver ahead. Tully and Tate, Cuthbert, Zek, and Sign, all very close as well. Let's stick on this battle here though into the NGK chicane. It's Faltea really applying the pressure of that BMW. Gets it. Oh, and he carried so much more speed through that chicane there. And that did result in a big contact and a concertina effect, and Roguski's just come straight into the pits. Not sure if that was 100% voluntary, but certainly if you're going to make contact in the race, that would be the time to do it. In fact, Cross has come in from third place as well. So while we're watching that battle, Cross has come in for Wild Things Racing Porsche. They've come in to take their first pit stop, pretty much bang on the hour mark. Breitenstein writes a line and then 15 seconds up the road from this battling pair. These two are going to have a bit of damage as well. That's not where we want to be. That's where we want to be. So yeah, these two are going to be carrying a bit of damage. It's going to be Faltea with the damage front and back after the concertina effect. Saw him take a BMW in the front bumper and a Porsche in the rear. Front damage for Breitenstein could be the worst of the two, given he's driving a rear engine, rear wheel drive car. Any loss of aerodynamics on the front of that car could be massively detrimental, especially given he's already down on pace along those higher fast speed stages. Oh, and there we go, the loss of aerodynamics kicking in through the Schumacher S then. The dirty air finding Breitenstein off track. So yeah, you would think that damage getting repaired. Thel off track as well, but that's because he's into the pits to take his first pit stop. Cross has handed over to Matthew Gauthier. They've come back out in 12th position, although we'll wait on confirmation of that. They're down to 15th, 17th. So yeah, that pit stop dropping them firmly down the order, given how close the field is. Simon comes into the pits as well from the Cerberus Virtual Racing team. Will Faltea. Breitenstein has come into the pits as well. Faltea and Aston has stayed out. So Hart still leading the way. There's Pavlik coming out the pits as well, pretty much bang on the hour mark. A lot of teams making their in. Taylor stays out. There's Thel's car coming out of the pits, and it's Mats Bjorkman taking over for the GT Performance team. Comes out in 10th position as Woolacott and Dubos come in, the Audi and the Mercedes. Fresh set of boots and a full tank of fuel, or at least an hour's worth of fuel. You don't need to fill the tank. We've got watching Cuthbert for the race for Haggis with all the pit stops in. They find themselves up into 10th place, potentially higher. Oh, as the Potato Nation team runs deep, side by side and round the outside. The McLaren getting his nose in front, then sign after lap after lap after defender. There's a bit of a wobble into the first turn, but gets it back again through the Mercedes arena and does maintain that 13th position. So I think we're missing out on a phenomenal battle between this lot. As we're watching the drivers up at the front, no rear view mirror annoyingly for the McLaren that we're on board with. Look how close he is getting to sign then once again. We'll race for Haggis drivers who started the course inside the top 10. Dubos Tully into the pits from this battle then, side by side into the hairpin, round the outside. Is Cuthbert for Will Race for Haggis. He was temporarily in 9th, but it is the Aston on exit that maintains that position once again. Again, phenomenal driving from these drivers in this mid-pack battle. Will Race for Haggis again through the Schumacher S's. Gets a great exit into McLaren. The Aston Martin holding his own in the straight line. No heavy braking into sector 3 before Advan Bogan. It's going to be the Aston in front. It's going to be the McLaren getting the slipstream from the Aston, but also giving the slipstream. Oh no, Tate just dropping off through those final few corners there. And there is a rear view mirror we can see. So he did drop off through Advan Bogan. No slipstream advantage for Cuthbert in the McLaren. The Aston maintaining that then. Bjorkman wasting no time for the GT Performance team. He's back up to 7th position and all over the back of Gavin Taylor. The Wiz Motorsport Mercedes. Again, not putting up too much of a battle. He knows he's not actually racing. That isn't a race for position. Bjorkman already taking his pit stop. Taylor just looking to see out his stint. Get into the pits, which is going to be ending very soon. 1 minute 11 seconds until drivers start receiving penalties. And that is a brave move by Alan Hart. Unless I've missed something, he is absolutely about to incur a penalty. 65 minutes stint timer. That's 65 minutes will be reached and breached in 52 seconds. And he's not getting from the Mercedes arena to the finish line in that amount of time. Right, it's line in. Coming in the final chicane. If you want. And he stayed out as well. So the max stint timer is actually now 75 minutes. So there we go. That was changed with the 5-hour race. And it's just come up in chat as well from the average sim racer who heard the gears in my head grinding. So yeah, thank you very much for clarifying that. But yeah, so it's now a 75-minute stint timer. So that does change up the strategies. The cars definitely able to do that sort of time. I am going to very quickly get a better view of the chat and share the MindWise website. Potentially. No. There we go. It's alive. So yeah, this is a race for MindWise Mental Health Charity. We are here, of course, to raise donations, but we're also here to say if you are out there needing help, struggling with your mental health, then one of the best places you could possibly hope to start would be with MindWise. So if you do need to speak to someone, it's often better speaking to someone that you don't know, and you find it a lot easier to get things off your chest, or certainly in my own personal experience. I've found that to be very true. So please jump on there. And yeah, if you do need help, there's also as well, if you can donate, thank you so much for that. Epic Fat Lip donation to the channel as well, so thank you very much as that as well. But remember, we've got a donation link there for the charity. We're trying to raise money for the charity as well today, so thank you very much for that. What will we put that there? See the sponsors in at the bottom. But yeah, big thanks to, of course, the guys and gals at Wiz Motorsport for arranging the event there here today for MindWise. It's great to see the sim racing community banding together to raise money for such an important cause and charity. We're seeing a stop-go 30-second penalty for Simon Cheshire. Now, I was looking at links in the chat. I'm not sure if that's been from the stewards in-game for a violation in the pits, or if that is from our live race stewards. I'll see if I can get confirmation on that, obviously with everything that's going on. There is live timing as well on pit wall, so if you do want to keep up with all the timing data. And what's going on, all the telemetry, as I say, is on there. Although it does look like that hasn't quite fully reset, so yeah, not as live timing as I hoped. Well, there we go. So we'll get confirmation on the pit stops, I'm sure. We'll have Raf jumping in to the box. Mr. Gavin Taylor is on screen as well. He's going to be jumping in to say hello as well. And I'm sure give out massive thanks to everyone taking part and the sponsors for their more than generous prizes. Cuthbert for the Will Race for Haggis team then. They've come in to the pits. And yeah, confirmation. Okay, so yeah, in-game penalties will stand as well, as they should, of course. Track limit violations. Rights Linen comes in second position on track. He was, of course, in sixth before the pit stop started. Apologies for barking that down the mic there. Faultier does come into the pits then for Wild Things Racing. Bjorkman will move up to third. Lingard, with all the pit stops that have been taken, he finds himself up into 11th position. Gautier there in 8th. There we go. There's the Manta Racing car. So there is the Porsche Manta Racing. He's come back out the pits in 14th. It's Eric Gazelle. That is racing. Royce Line and Faultier, Pavlik and Taylor all in the pits. Car 53, Neil Bailey for the CVR team. Right over that inside curb. He's just out the pits having cleared that stop-go penalty. Alan Hart, so that is 70 minutes into his stint, so he does have 5 minutes left, so apologies if anyone out there was hitting the panic station at my declaration. It was penalties would be handed out. Yet the stop go 30-second was for speeding in the pit lane there. Confirmation from the average racer, thank you very much for that. A Taylor then's come into the pits. Sign in the pits as well, so the Wiz Motorsport team all pitting fairly close together. Bjorkman back up to second for the GT Performance team. Faultier just dropping down the order as he comes out the pits. And he is actually behind Ash Leach of the Cerberus Virtual Racing team, so it could be a change in strategy, or a different strategy as per the tyres, but it would be brave to double stint tyres. Lakshmi Narasimhan out for the Apex Not Found team. Definitely not lost at this stage in the race. Back out in 6th. Well, at the time when Delta's settled down. Bjorkman in second still. Alan Hart still leading the way. He does have another 3 minutes still then of this stint if he desires. Is this going to be the lap that he comes in? 36 in. Bradbury comes in to the pits. Lingard up to 7th place then. And Alan Hart does indeed come in. Lingard, fastest driver on track. With 155.222. And he is going to go for one more lap on his stint. The Zeke coming in as well. And yeah, definitely the way to do it for Lingard. Get as many laps in as he can. He's definitely got time for one, if not, no, one more. Yeah, he's got time for one more before he'll need to come in and reset his timer. Got you. Hopefully not still in the supermarket. No, not supermarket, it was Primark, wasn't it? But there we go. Right, so I have to say something that we are. Excellent. You are the race director for all those stuff. Feel free to jump in and say hi as well if you want. Get the race director's view of everything that's going on. Hart into the pits. Okay, yeah. Oh no, somebody else. Yeah, that would be. Right, okay, there we go. Sorry, one of the drivers, yep. Stint timer, I was just double checking. There we go. I'm so easily distracted today with all the stops and starts that we've had. But let's have a look and see. He won't be stopping and starting. Arthur Fontaine out for the HRT team. And Ewan Cairns out for Will Race for Haggis in the McLaren. Up at the front, it is Tom Smith who's taken over from Alan Hart, and they have maintained the lead of that race, and they have maintained that 3.5 second gap over Bjorkman and the GT Performance team in second position. Matthew Gauthier out in third for Wellthing Racing in the Porsche. Ash Leach, Cerberus Virtual Racing, fourth position, and Lakshmi Narasimhan for the Apex Not Found team in fifth place. Lingard does need to come into the pits. Yeah, I think he's cut that ever so slightly close. Yes, then it's Stephen Biles for the Endurance team in 7th place. Gazelle in 8th. Voltaire back out the pits in 9th place then. Yaztushak in 10th for the India team. A little bit of a wobble on the front bonnet there, so I'm not sure if they've had a bit of contact. Hilliard is out for the Wiz MindWise AMG. It's easier to say than Wiz MindWise Mercedes. Tripped myself up there. Arthur Fontaine and Ewan Cairns, as we had mentioned. Ziyech is back out for a second stint. Tate for Simi Thor in 15th. McSweeney in 16th. Is Kim Sain in 17th position. Neil Bailey in 18th. Nicholas Peltzel out for CVR2 in 19th, and Bradbury then in 20th position. So Lingard up to 6th. I mean, let's face it, if you're down at the back of the grid, why not send? If Lingard is the quickest driver on this team, then why not run the petrol tank and the tyres till they're dry and take that little penalty anyway? Let's face it, they were down at the back of the grid. Bradbury back into the pits. That's an early one. That's an early return. Sign all over the back of McSweeney then. It is McSweeney who is maintaining the Wiz Motorsport bragging rights ahead of Sane. Simi Thorne, Ewan Cairns, and looking for, yes, there we go. Ewan Cairns will race for Haggis. So they were just behind, so they've made up a few places in that pit stop then. Now find themselves chasing down Arthur Fontaine. Just up the road in that Mercedes. Peltzl, we've got all kinds of notifications going off. Let me just see if I can catch. Ryan Custard with the follow. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, Mr. Cairns. It's caught me out. You've heard me say Evan a couple of times now, and I'm having to pay close attention to the two Mercedes that are battling on screen, Hilliard and Fontaine. Wiz versus HRT, and it certainly looks like the HRT car has got the momentum, even if the cameraman doesn't. Up through the Schumacher S's, the McLaren watching the battle, and Fontaine now watching it in his rear view mirror as he beautifully takes that position. In fact, it looks like Hilliard down on speed there for some reason. I'm not sure if he ran off track a bit, but he really lost momentum. And in fact, Ewan Cairns, I almost said Evan again, has made his way through. Better driver than you, to be honest. There we go, shots fired in the chat, love to see it. Giselle in the Porsche for Martin Racing then. They were up, as we know, right at the sharp end of the grid. He has got himself ahead of the Wild Things Racing car. And he's got Stephen Biles just ahead of him. Honesty is always the absolute best policy. Ash just up the road. Narasimhan there in 6th. Lingard still... Narasimhan in 5th. Lingard still in 6th place. 3 hours 40 minutes left to go. That's on mute. And yeah, Lingard, stint timer or not, he's certainly going to be running that petrol tank very low at the moment. Alright, okay, we can't actually see how much fuel he's got left. Just about to see every other bit of information on his screen there. Stays out for another lap. Ewan Cairns will race for Haggis. Again, I'm having Haggis for my tea when this finishes. Kim signed for the Potato Nation team. The Wiz Motorsport Potato Nation car finds himself in 17th position, still trying to get past the Wiz Motorsport McLaren, currently guided by Trevor McSweeney. Ooh, and Trevor all over that inside curb there, does maintain the car though. That certainly looked a bit ropey. Mats Bjorkman lapping very quickly and consistently at the moment. He has edged a few tenths of the gap, out of the gap, that Smith has ahead of him. The two BMWs at the moment are 26 seconds ahead of Gauthier, who of course qualified in pole position. But the Porsche certainly not the best on tyres, not the best at top end speed, and that's certainly seeming to be the difference at the moment. Of course, Gautier's car more than capable of defending, as we saw in the opening stages, but once the BMW's got ahead, once they've got themselves ahead, they are absolutely not looking back. 3 seconds still the gap between the top two. Ewan Cairns now got less than a second to Fontaine. Hilliard now 3 seconds back on these two cars that have not long gotten past them. Your one ego is enough for 5. Quality stuff, Raf. Yeah, Raf, so what's your team strategy at the moment then? Where are you taking over? Because Lingard, he stayed out again. That's some opening stint, an hour and 22 minutes. They've had a trip into, he's been into the pits, of course, while I was resetting my audio software. He's been into his pits. So you will have slightly longer on the 75 minutes. But yeah, Raf, big secrets. Excellent. Will it be a race winning strategy? If it is, it will be a phenomenal one. So that is what happened. He wasn't involved in another incident. He came into the pits to get himself a bit of repairs. So yeah, back in the 6th position then. We will have to pit pretty soon though. We did come back on board, I think about lap 9. Up the inside for the Ziyech. And the Aston getting that one done on Hilliard then. The Mercedes having a bit of a wiggle on the way out. There is race leader. Going to be blue flagged very quickly through there. Yeah, we had to pit for the crash. Right, okay. Yeah, so he is going to lose another couple of positions. Looking up at the Discord chat just to see if anyone's jumped in the comment box. So let me just move that. Perfect. So yeah, Lingard, it's going to be interesting to see where he comes out at the end. He is going to have to pit pretty soon. Like you see, the 75 minute stint timer. There we go. That must be coming to an end now. So we'll see. A few of the drivers still close. Of course, the 10-second penalties being served by the Porsche of Manta Racing and the Wild Things Racing cars. So that's how they're down a few positions on this stint. But given the pace that they've shown, you don't imagine it'll be too long before they get themselves caught back up. There is Tate again with that phenomenal livery. We'll see just where Lingard comes back out. Giselle, yeah, coming past the pit line. So too Faltea. Biles should make it through as well. Oh, bit of netcode there. Oh, a lot of netcode there for Biles. Oh, he's in the UK as well. He has made it through. He is a bit jerky on this screen actually. Jas Tuschak through as well. Oh, Ewan Cairns closely followed by Fontaine. It's O'Brien that's going to take over. Yeah, going to be fairly near the back of the grid by the looks of it, despite Lingard's best efforts. He is holder. Oh no, sorry. Gaultier in the Porsche then takes the fastest lap with a 55.095. And he is back to a lap up on Lingard then. So O'Brien just waiting on the pit crew to finish their work. And then that'll be him out on track. And the race lead has changed hands as well. Didn't see that coming. Well, did see it coming. Bjorkman was certainly looking quick. And he's closed that gap, so I'm not sure if Smith got involved in an incident as well there. Oh, that Porsche certainly looks a bit banged up as well for Gaultier. So yeah, something has definitely gone on there. Is O'Brien out with the pits yet? Nope. That is quite the extended pit stop. Hopefully everything's running okay for car 27. We'll be back on the live pictures momentarily. I know Lingard's still in the pits. O'Brien's at the wheel. And that is the longest pit stop we have seen so far. Smith at 1.8 seconds down the road. Yeah, looks like we're having some issues, unfortunately, for the Wiz Motorsport car. Hey, Ryan Custard, or Cuthbert in the chat. Good to see it, you and Cairns. Oh, guys, love your team, by the way. My absolute spiritual racing team. I, too, will race for haggis. It doesn't even need to be that much haggis. It is the food of the gods. So I absolutely, firmly, 100% endorse that ethos. All the haggis. Indeed, a worthy cause it is. It is indeed, MindWise, a great cause. We've been saying at the start of the broadcast how important mental health is these days. It's just as important to check your physical self for lumps and bumps and indiscrepancies as it is to check your mental health for these things. Like I say, slight changes in your sleeping, eating, even toilet habits could be a result of not potentially a physical but a mental problem. Mental health problems, so definitely worth getting checked out. When Mac Attack, who said it took him 2 years to reach out and get help, but when he did, it's done him absolute wonders. And we had DeSouza as well in the chat saying he knows loads of people that have taken that first step and got themselves on the road to mental wellness. So indeed, the server has locked us out. Oh, wow. Well, there we go then. A server issue. We've had a couple of server issues. We've had audio issues. We've had all the issues. But now, the organiser's car is stuck in the pits. That is unfortunate, especially given the pace that Lingard and the gang were showing. He was holder of the fastest lap from that opening stint, so very quick indeed. Galtier now with that honour. And Tom Smith looking to close right back in on Bjorkman ahead of him. So yeah, an hour and a half in, is Bjorkman for GT Performance leading the way. Tom Smith in second. It is Well Things Racing in third. Cerberus in fourth. Apex Not Found in fifth. Eric Gazelle for Manta Racing in sixth. Then it's Well Things Racing in seventh. Endurance in eighth. Their connection does seem a bit dodgy. Just, yeah, a bit squiggly on the screen there. Ooh, lots of net code. Hopefully not affecting the drivers around them. Hopefully it's the visual thing. And India Racing in ninth, rounded at the top 10 is will race for haggis. Ultima Motorsports in 11th. HRT in 12th. Although I think I know the name Arthur Fontaine from another team. But HRT at the moment. Wiz MindWise is Mercedes, the AMG in 13th. It's Wiz Potato Car in 14th, with Wiz Motorsport in 15th as well. Simi Thor in 16th position. CVR in 17th. CVR2, their second car, in 18th position. QR Feck Cancer 720, the McLaren, in 19th. Wiz Motorsports. Oh, they're out, they're running. Go on then, Nigel O'Brien. Persistence pays off. Oh, and he's just quick off track. Just running a bit deep. Tyres likely to be extremely cold given how long he was sat there in the pit box due to that server issue. But they are back out on track. 20th position, so all 20 cars still running. We'll love to see it. We are an hour and a half in. I'm going to have a quick pit stop myself. So what we'll do is we'll keep an eye We'll have a quick run around the field. as the drivers are driving, and I will be back very, very shortly. Enjoy the racing. There we go, cup of tea. Quick bite of some chocolate in my bag just in time to see Ewan Cairns getting the job done up the inside. Beautiful overtake for the Will Race for Haggis team. That sees them move up to 10th position at the expense of India team. So great drive from Cairns so far. As I say, up into 10th. It's still as you were up at the front though with the GT Performance team. Now performing at peak once again with the gap back up to 3.1 seconds ahead of Tom Smith in second. Gaultier still the fastest car on track. Gaultier, sorry. In the post, still the fastest car on track, still on the podium. Ash Leach in 4th place. Apex not found. Lakshmi Narisman in 5th place. Voltaire up to 6th place. Gazelle up to 7th. Biles in 8th. Drziek out for a double stint. And yeah, Biles BMW, that definitely... I'm not sure. Give me a second. Yeah, Ewan Cairns is absolutely putting in a great drive at the moment. That's motion sick. Just quickly check something. Yeah, we'll just get a confirmation on how Biles' car is doing in the server for the other drivers. Because that does, yeah. You can definitely see how that would be off-putting if that's going on track. That is not Bjorkman. That is Smith, in fact, in 2nd place. That is just behind them. Quick flash of the lights to intimate that he's looking to get through. Hilliard now looking to get past Yatstushchak, the India team car, in 12th place now. With Kim Sign making his way through as well for the Wiz Potato car. The Aston Martin now up into 11th place. Kind of get caught up to Cairns. Cairns certainly catching up to the pack of drivers ahead. It's Drziek for Optimum Racing just ahead of him, and he is all over. In fact, I think that's Biles he's just gotten past there. In fact, it is indeed. So it is now Cairns looking to get past Biles. There we go. Excellent. So they are going to box this lap. Perfect. Yeah, so a bit of a connection issue for Biles, but this car is going to change driver. That should hopefully sort out that issue. Trevor McSweeney looking to get himself inside the top 15. He's got Tate and Hilliard not too far ahead, as Yatushchik still fending off the four-way battle behind him. Cairns, the BMW just checking the drainage system there, making sure that enough water was running off the side of the track. The BMW going more submersible there. But yeah, they'll pop in and change. Bjorkman still doing what he needs to do up at the front. Smith, I think, being slowed up ever so slightly by the blue flag traffic, and can see the lead up at the front has in fact doubled. It's now 6 seconds separating the lead to BMWs, and that'll be more than enough incentive for Gaultier to absolutely throw that Porsche from pillar to post through the lap. As you can see, the BMW coming into the pits. Here's Gaultier absolutely sending it over that final chicane there. He will see that gap. In fact, there we go, almost equilibrious gaps between first and second and third, with 6 seconds separating the top two and 7 seconds separating the second two. Gautier on an absolute charge at the minute. Trevor McSweeney trying to hunt down the Marvel Porsche. I realise I should be completely unbiased, and I know it's Wiz Motorsport that put this thing all together, but how can you not love that livery? Ooh, and that's all kinds of action in through the Mercedes arena there. Hilliard having a massive moment there, and McSweeney looking to copy his fellow Wiz Motorsport teammate then. Tate had an interesting view as he was making his way through there. And in fact, let's jump on. If we do that and that, we can actually see. Okay, so the Mercedes, it was on the way in. More of that wiggle from the dirt, picking up the dirt on the tyres. And you can see in the background just how close McSweeney's getting, and there has been, that's Biles being overtaken because he is into the pits on their outlap. Perfect. And someone's just been kicked. Oh no, server issue, there we go. No, that's fine, it's just because it was a replay. Oh, panic station's over. Yeah, so that was the replay coming to the end. Evan Tate, Simi Thor still chasing Hilliard then, with McSweeney still very close in attendance. Biles is out of the pits. It's Gingerl Hans in the in the BMW taking over there. Kim Sign still trying to get caught up to Cairns ahead. Cairns having a phenomenal stint since he's come out of the pits. So too Evan Tate in the Simi Thor livery. McSweeney, as you can see, in that slipstream as well, into turn number 1. The Porsche not quite close enough to go side by side, but certainly enough to have the Mercedes having a look there. The McLaren in the background trying to close in, so a great little battle then. Here comes the boss man. Rafa Scully is taking over for Nigel O'Brien. Their team having a couple of connection issues with the server itself. Oh, and Smith running deep in the hairpin then, as an Aston Martin unlaps itself. That's Yastuschak, I believe. Nope. Oh yeah, it's Druzek for Optimum Racing. So he's in 8th, yeah, so he's just managed to unlap himself. Oh, Smith again. Have they tried to double stint tyres? If they have, that would certainly be in keeping with the type of results that we're seeing at the moment when he tries to put the foot down. I think the description of the Wiz Motorsport. Oh, yes, actually. You're 100% right. It does need to say Nurburgring. That is 100% my fault, because the last race I did was at Kyalami. Where is it I can change that now? Yeah, I'll get one of the mods to get that changed over. I can't see the command still, lads. We'll crack on with the race. Unless I can change that. Yeah, let me see if I can change that on the website. Let's jump on board with McSweeney. Although he has dropped back a bit there, actually. He was well within a second of the cars ahead. It's now Hilliard. He's trying to close in on Tuszczak. He's certainly been doing some chasing, been involved in a fair bit overtaking. Pelser still carrying that 5-second penalty. Voltaire with a 15-second penalty. Right, no, that's not quite letting me edit that. But yeah, we'll get the... oh! Was that Tuszczak? Oh, he came into the pits. Okay, he missed his way onto the pits, hit the curb. But he has come into the pits there. So I saw that happen on stream. I was looking to change the title. But yeah, so the India team have come in to take a pit stop. And Smith is now down at the third place. So I do think he's double stinted those tyres. I've just gone for a massive replay there as well. And it does look like, well, yeah, that job was well and truly done. But I think Smith has made an attempt to double stint his tyres. And I don't think it's paid off quite as they were hoping. And now down into third place, Gautier. Up into second, Bjorkman. With a massive gap then up at the front. Can Gautier make any inroads in that? He's certainly got plenty of time to do so. So we'll see how that goes over the next 3 hours. Pits. Still showing Rafa is stuck in the pits, and it's now, oh, they've rejoined a couple of times. Lingard showing up there, Bradbury out of the pits, Peltzel out of the pits, Tuszczak and Tate both in. So they've come in almost simultaneously. Smith still within 1.3 seconds at Gautier. There's a car just come out of the pits as these three make their way through. Leach for the Cerberus team closing in on the Apex Not Found team just ahead as well as we're coming to the latter stages of stint number 2. Of course, the adjusted stint timer at 75 minutes. So an hour and 15, so roughly about the 2.5 hour into the race, so 2.5 hours left. We'll have seen that the final pit stop's done. And then it should only be one more after that for most of the teams if they can get as much as possible out of the 75-minute stint. Oh yeah, the pit wall link. We're looking at getting that as well. We'll do have a pit wall link just to confirm as well. It is on pit wall. There's a bit of an issue with the telemetry. The server's been restarted a couple of times. But yeah, as soon as we get that resolved, you will get all of your telemetry data needs met. There at Pit Wall Live. They've got the app and of course the web-based. One of the Wiz cars, the MindWise AMG, guided currently by Graham Hilliard into the pits in 13th position. So that is a bit early given the length of the stint times, but that could be overall race strategy as Bjorkman makes his way through. 2.5 seconds now is the gap between Smith and Gautier, who is closing in on Bjorkman. Smith was 6.1 seconds behind, and he's now Bjorkman was 6.1 seconds ahead of Smith. He's now only 5.4 seconds ahead of Gautier. So the big wiggle on the exit to the Mercedes Arena there. He did take pole position in qualifying. So yeah, we know he has got pace and he's got the purple lap at the minute. There is confirmation the live timing is working once again. So I too will quickly jump on that bandwagon. There we go. Okay, some of the pit data slightly out of sync, but we get the general idea. Phenomenal stuff. So we'll get that running too. So there we go then, 3 hours left, that's 2 hours almost reached and breached, and it is GT Performance that are outperforming the rest of the field still. 5.6 is that gap. A lot of blue flags from now until the end of the race for all the teams involved. Hopefully Rafa and the gang can get themselves out of the pits. They seem to be having some extended server issues, unfortunately. The average racer jumping in to subscribe with Prime. We won't be back out. Ah, nightmare. That is unfortunate. Massively unfortunate. Oh, well, there we go. Server issues, unfortunately, have plagued us a fair bit today, but are still running. We've got 19 cars still out on the track. Get Rafa in the booth. I'm assuming he will be here any second, if I'm being honest. I thought that would be the next thing that would be happening. So yeah, Rafa, jump on in. I'll get that set. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we'll see about getting Rafa in. As I just set that up, so that will indeed be possible. So yeah, there we go. I need 10 minutes to cool down before. Yeah, I would say that massively understandable. So yeah, never what you like to see. We are one of the teams. Won't be back out. Gautier. He is absolutely shifting. That gap now down to 4.2 seconds. Yeah, gap down to, in fact, 3.9 seconds. So Gautier really is shifting then. Of course, definitely getting the job done. As I say, there's potentially another 34 minutes to his stint, so if he keeps this up, he could well be within striking distance of the race leader before he comes in to the pits. That will make it an interesting proposition. For the closing stage of the stint, frustration indeed. Definitely frustration. I guess that might be the answer. Looking down, we've still got 19 on track. But yeah, they are into stint 2, and it is spread out between the field. A few blue flags here and there. As you can see, Smith with Pavlik back out on track for the India team. That's him back out in. Where is Pavlik? 16th position. Looking to unlap himself. So yes, Smith, I'm not sure what's gone on there, but he just has suddenly seemed to, potentially his tyres have just hit a cliff. I'm going to stick with my guesstimate that they've tried a double stint in tyres and it hasn't worked the way they planned, because he is losing time hand over fist to Gautier ahead. Granted, Gautier is gaining time on Bjorkman leading the race, but you can see the India team, who are currently in 16th, all over the back of Smith and looking likely to unlap themselves before we see Smith try any overtakes, such as the gap that he's got up at the front. Giselle served a 10-second penalty in the pits, currently still running in 7th place so for Manta Racing. So yeah, good stint by the Porsche driver. Leach as well, within 1.6 seconds now with the Apex not found car. And Gautier, 2.7 seconds. So he is finding time, currently hand over fist. In fact, almost a second quicker than Bjorkman on the last lap. Why did that do that? With 2.2 seconds now the deficit. That needs to be that. So yeah, 3 hours left to go, 30 minutes left. And most of the drivers' stint timers as McSweeney comes in. So let's see then, the gap now down to 1.5 seconds. Bailey closing in on Fontaine as well. They're within a second of one another. So this is going to be a grandstand battle for the lead of the race a lot sooner than I'd anticipated. Epic Fat Lip. Good evening. Good evening. It is good evening. It's 7:15. How are you? Cheers for tuning in. Yeah, I've had some interesting racing so far. A couple of incidents early doors and a couple of server issues have seen us denied some great battles involving car number 29. But up at the front, Gautier really is bringing the fight to Bjorkman and the GT Performance team. He took pole position in qualifying, Aurelian Cross, his teammate. Ah, there we go. How are we doing, Raf? Excellent. Let's pop you on screen. Joining us now, Mr. Rafa Scullion, he creator of Wiz Motorsport and getting this event running. Was hoping to take part. We've seen some technical issues. Sees them out. But so far, all things considered, Raf, it's gone not too bad. We're a couple hours into the race. Some decent racing so far, and Gautier and Bjorkman look like they're about to have an absolute cracker for the lead of the race.
Yeah, Gautier's definitely flying. He was set the pole, didn't he? He was P1 and then changed over to the other guy before the race. Funny, Lingard that I was with, he actually had 4/10 going into the very last lap of the qualifying and was blocked. Well, not purposely, like just run into traffic in the last corner. He was a head pole. That's what makes it more frustrating.
Right, okay, yeah, because Lingard at one point for a long time did hold the purple up. Sorry, actually, before we go any further than that, it is the two that have both come into the pit simultaneously then.
Yeah. See that?
Again, pretty much bang on the hour, or just over the hour mark. So they are going for quick 1 hour stints, these drivers up at the top. Is Smith going to follow them in? Certainly, we've seen him drop down the pace a bit. Alright, I'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, no, I'm sure now you're in here, Raf. Obviously, I'm sure you'd like to say a big thank you to everyone taking part.
Thank you to everybody, and I'm
600 quid so far. Not bad at all.
Well, that's right, almost to 7. Gavin was Gavin's brainchild, the Racing Penguin. You'll see him popping up in the chat there. It was his idea at the start, and he's done most of the work behind it, you know. New sponsors and stuff. But great sponsor, Digital Motorsport. They had a full rig. Next generation rig. IMB Racewear. There's a couple of them I can't even pronounce. I'm going through for I can't even remember. I'm going through them and scrolling here.
Yeah, well, we've got, of course, interwiz.uk. Your good selves. Digital Motorsport. I've got the choice of a Thrustmaster 3300 wheelbase and pedals, or the next level FGT light rig. We've got IMB Racewear with a £520 voucher. SimHound, 3 prizes. The winners will receive a choice of gloves, shoes, or socks. We've got SimMotion with 2 1-hour VR experience vouchers. Tuatara, the one that threatened to catch me out as well. 3 pairs of sim racing gloves up for grabs from them. And of course, the Stig of setups himself, Mr. Dalking, has given 2 1-hour coaching prizes. And yeah, Raf, I'm sure you will be happy to testify. His setups are good. His coaching is not too bad either.
His coaching's actually far better than even his setups.
Wow.
I know a few people his coaching is another level. His detail, and genuinely I've benefited from it myself. And Mr. Lindyard, it was racing is coached by Dal as well. That's how I got to meet him. And he brought him on 2 seconds easy as well as myself. And he's very, very, very enthusiastic about getting you better.
Nice. Oh, there you go. Not only makes you quicker, but it'll help you find the team. And because you guys were definitely, I was saying that at the start, it's so heartbreaking. To have a start like that, be so promising and qualifying, have that type of pace in a car that is doing well here, the BMW. Yeah, that server issue, mate, absolutely heartbreaking for you.
And Nigel, that was actually about to take up the next sprint. Nigel's very fast too. He was a very, very top level driver. We definitely weren't going to go back like him. And
yeah, very true. But yeah, no, it would have been a phenomenal race with those 4 teams up at the front. At the moment, is Smith's still out on track leading the way? As I say, I'm sure his tyres have... Whoa, Team India getting all kinds of wrong on the brakes there. Pavlovic in 13th, very nearly. In fact, I'll tell you what, Raf, let me do this so you can see live what we are doing. Boom.
See, Mr. Smith.
Oh no.
Your man, they went long both times, him and the other day.
Alright, okay. So that is okay. Excellent, there we go, right, so you can see live pictures as well. Perfect. Yeah, so let's get back into this. So Smith then, still leading the way. Eric Glarham has come out for the GT Performance team. Gautier has come back out for Wild Things Racing, but they're now separated by 5 seconds. So Gautier is spending slightly longer in the pits and getting caught up with a bit of traffic.
By looks of it, he'll not be a long time making it back.
Yeah, no, definitely won't. Those lap times that he's putting in. His outlap was a lot slower than Glarham. Like I say, I think he got caught in traffic. Oh no, it was actually even quicker, sorry. 4/10 quicker. And he's just gone 7/10 quicker on that flying lap. 1:55.4. And in fact, the only car to have gone sub 1:55 in the race with that 54.947. To set the current fastest lap of the race. We're kind of hoping, Raf, we do have variable weather conditions set for this. From what you've seen being in the race at one point, what do you think the chances are of us getting rain before the end of the race? Because I'm doing my rain dance praying that we get some.
I would say there's a very high chance because we've been running the server all week. And like, if you went into it 1 out of 3 times, it it was pissing rain, and you can't. Unfortunately, you can't really specify. You can only really give it on a probability with the server settings.
Yep.
I suppose it
yeah.
adds the variation of it, but it's not really good if you want to sort of plan exactly how you want the weather.
Yeah, no, but yeah, the variation, the variability, certainly it keeps the drivers on their toes. So yeah, hopefully we get a bit of that later through the race. Breitenstein is back out for Manta Racing. He's back out in 8th position. Ewan Cairns, my spiritual racing team, Rafa, of course, will race for Haggis. Absolutely on board with that ethos. Can confirm we'll be having a haggis pizza with the UFC main event after this tonight, thanks to...
Haggis pizza, I never heard tell that one before.
Oh, haggis pizza, I was discussing this with someone the other day. Haggis on a pizza is absolutely the way forward. It is the future. Or lattice chips, and you can use them as a spoon, so there you go. Quick insight in the life and times of Double O Raven and his daughter. They use chips for forks, that's right. Ewan Cairns, still with the World Race for Haggis team, still in that 7th position then. So a phenomenal stint he's putting in since he took over almost an hour ago. We've seen a couple of the cars already take their second pit stop. That's put Voltaire back up into 5th position for the Wild Things racing car, with Glarum just ahead of Gautier still. And it is just ahead. As you said, Raf, you didn't think it was going to be long, and I'm closing that gap. We've had a quick look down the field, a quick flirt between you and I, and he's already got it back to within 1.7 seconds. So any news that I was spreading about the Porsche being slightly underpowered in a straight line, Gautier quite happy to put that type of nonsense firmly to bed with the lap times he's putting in. And there, again, 0.6 of a second he's just taken in that last sector there. And that is into sector 3, so they do have another car just in the middle. Well, that is... It's not too close, it's not Gingell either. Oh, it's Tom Brown. Todd Brown, sorry. Out for the endurance team. Right, okay, so they've swapped drivers as well. I know one of their drivers was having a bit of an issue with his connection. He now finds himself sandwiched between what is effectively the battle for the lead of the race. Glarum, the driver, in the lead at the moment. A lot of light flashing from the Porsche. He is keen to get caught up.
John, I'm going to jump here. I'll be back in with you shortly.
Yep, no problem at all.
All right, lad.
Okay, see you soon. There's Rafa. Ewan heading in shortly, so I'll be swapping. Great comment to keep up. Thank you very much, Ryan. I'm glad you're enjoying that. Hopefully, you and the team can keep it going. Great first stint. Oh, we can see McLaren. That's Bradbury just running off the track to let the race leaders through. Faulté, in fact, I was just talking about what a great stint he's had. He's actually got himself ahead of Narisman there. Let's see if I can capture this one on replay. We will indeed. So here is Faulté then, the Aston, and now back up to 4th position. So let's have a look then. Doesn't seem to be close. Through the final chicane. The Aston, a lot of sparks kicking up from the Aston ahead there. Although the timing board still indicate that Faulté is back. No, that's confirmed he is ahead. So across the start-finish line into turn number 1, good exit by Faulté. You can see that slipstream kicking in. He's closing into the braking zone, heavy on the brakes, beautifully positioned. Oh, and the Aston moves out of the way. So it was Narisman that moved out of the way there almost to let Faulté through. Quite the bit of a pace difference, 6 or 7 tenths between the laps of these two at the moment. So Narisman potentially looking to fight at a later point in the race. The Apex Not Racing car in 4th position then. Gautier still all over the rear spoiler of Glairum then. This again, effectively the battle for the lead of the race. Although Smith is pulling world level laps at the moment. He is a bit down on time though. But fair play to him if he has. It was maybe just an off moment, maybe just ran off track, maybe just slightly flat spot in his tyres. But certainly seemed like he was struggling for grip in places that he most definitely wasn't earlier in his stint. He's got a 48-second gap over the driver's head, and as I say, around this track you lose about 60-65% of your lap time, so that would be yeah, 55 seconds. So if he can get that gap out to 55 seconds, he could effectively get very quickly in and out of the pits and maintain the lead. But at the moment, Glairum and Gautier definitely doing their best to stop that happening. Although Gautier being the quicker at the moment, it could be that he is being held up by Glairum. Certainly wouldn't be the case with the Porsche at many other tracks, that is for sure. Oh, down towards Arvan Bogan. Is he going to be able to use the slipstream into the NGK chicane this time? Past the apex, up the hill. Brown's in the pits in the BMW, so another trip in for their car. Wow, that Porsche really does hang it into that final chicane. And it doesn't cost him any time. In fact, he has closed up. The BMW is going to get a good exit. And he's going to have done just enough, it looks like, to fend off Gautier into turn one on this time around. But that Porsche really can send it flying over those curves. I'm sorry for the intonation of my voice there. I was actually just making sure I muted something else in the background, in case we do have anyone else coming in. Here, I believe we've got Gav Taylor jumping in as well. Yes. Someone else jumping in the commentary box as well. Get another insight into the race as we can see. Whoa. Hello, how are we doing?
Not too bad. How are you, Raven? How's it going?
I'm good, mate. I'm good. Let me just check that that's what we've jumped on board. Bill, give us an introduction then, Mr. Race Director.
Yep, so I'm sat here for the full 5 hours that it is now, basically controlling the race, helping out with anyone on the admin side within our Discord. Obviously dropping you the odd hint here and there about what's going on with some of the cars. For example, 51 with the lagging, and unfortunately number 30 has suffered the same fate as Rafa. They had a DC and then it's desynced, so their car doesn't register any laps.
I was saying at the start of the stream, you'll see like motor racing, be it real life or sim, there's always some kind of technical gremlin that can sneak in here and there. I think thankfully just a lot safer sim racing than it is real life, but yeah, these problems and gremlins can certainly sneak in. The server kept us on the toes at the start, but now that we've got up and running, we've seen some good racing up at the front. How, as far as penalties go, we've seen a couple of penalties handed out. Certainly hasn't looked like anything malicious from what we've seen on stream, just the odd missed braking point here and there. Would that be an accurate assessment, do we think?
Yeah, that's 100% accurate. I mean, this is probably the best event I've stewarded so far. Like, within 2 hours, only 8 incidents. Like, I'm genuinely counting my blessings for that. Yeah,
that is very good, and it does look like it is going to continue. So, yeah, should it be... E&T back soon, says Mark Attack. Phenomenal. Now, was it your good self, sorry, that Raf said had arranged all this?
No, it was Gav. So Gav is another one of our stewards, yeah. So we set our stewards up quite well. We have 4 of us who do it. We're all volunteers. I'm the most experienced, so I've taken the lead as the race director, but all the other guys do it. And Gav was the one who suggested doing an endurance charity race, and I couldn't think of a better cause myself.
Well, yeah, and we'll just, quick word on that. MindWise, of course, mental health, absolutely needs to be a hot topic, especially, I know myself, I'm right on the borderline, 45, but especially for men aged between their 20s and their mid-40s, because as I was saying earlier, we would much rather sit down and have a cup of tea with someone, or send them a phone number so they could talk to the Samaritans or something, than worst case scenario end up at a funeral. But given the suicide rate of men worldwide, aged 20 to 45, it's certainly a topic that we need to be talking about.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, I've got personal experiences with mental health problems through myself and my brother. Luckily, we're both still here. Well, that's about as much as I'll say on that matter. But yeah, like, mental health is a big thing. Like, having people to talk to, like Rafa, I do talk to him quite a fair bit now. Kind of made a friendship with him over the past year. And it's just literally knowing that there are people out there who are willing to listen. You genuinely aren't alone. Like, everyone goes around, oh, stiff upper lip, just get on with it. No, feel your emotions, be who you are, and just talk to people, share. It's the best thing you can do.
Yeah, completely agree. Anyone out there that uses the phrase man up, that's one of the most toxic things I've ever heard, and you're likely to receive a punch in the throat. Just quite frankly. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I got a bit choked up myself earlier. I recently, 2 weeks ago, my gran passed away. It was her funeral last Thursday, so I've been dealing with stuff like that as well, and I'm very, very, very lucky. I've got Kieran Clifford, Johnny Bizzett, Chris Williams, Kane Dinham, Josh Miller, even Baz, even you, Baz, now and again, that I get to speak to. And you'll find that speaking, and even if it is having a laugh and a giggle, speaking about something serious, definitely getting it off your chest can be so much better. So yeah, I do consider myself extremely lucky to have a close circle of friends. And yeah, having had the contact I've had with Raf, I can understand entirely how spending time with that man could be massively beneficial.
I'll give you a bit of an example. So I've got a 10-month-old baby, bless him, and when he was born, there was a few complications, and it was kind of around COVID time, so only my wife could stay in hospital with him. So I came home all alone, not really knowing what was going on or anything. Jumped online, and there was Raf, there was Evan as well, Evan Kearns, who's also one of our drivers. And we just literally had a laugh and just kept my spirits up. And it can make the world a difference. It can really keep you going, knowing that there are other people out there, they do care, and you're not insignificant. No one is. It's just literally sharing a problem genuinely is half a problem.
Yeah, it really is. You definitely have my empathy when it comes to having a little one in hospital. My little one spent a fair share, it's safe to say, a fair share of time in there as well. And I was actually paying homage to a cardiac liaison nurse by the name of Irene Jones. So if Irene, any way, shape or form out there listening, what you did to keep me on the straight and narrow while my daughter was undergoing surgery, absolutely cannot commend you highly enough. So yeah, speaking to someone, it's great having a close group of friends, but as we're saying, speaking to someone anonymously, someone that you don't know, it can just lift that expectation perhaps of that extra burden. You think maybe you don't want to burden your friends. We wouldn't feel burdened, but if that is how you feel, then please reach out to one of these independent organisations, and you can get yourself the help that you need. There is the link for the website in the chat, of course. So there we go. We're also, we're not just here raising money, we're here to raise awareness and get people help. If we can get, for every penny raised or every pound raised, we can get one person help, that would mean so much more. The money will always go to a good cause, but getting people the help they need, definitely always the primary objective. The primary objective at the moment, though, Mr. Race Director, edge of the seat stuff for the lead of the race. Gautier and Glarium absolutely going at it hammer and tong, and underpowered Porsche is certainly keeping up with the big hitting BMW right through the race.
I mean, the Porsche for me is the GOAT. I'm a massive Porsche fan. All the guys will tell you it's the only car I drive. Yeah, it is underpowered, but my God, it stops.
Yes, we've certainly seen evidence of that so far, the way the Porsche is outbraking the cars around this track. There is sign into the pits. Look at that at the turn one again. All over the back of them. And as far as race director hat, so let's have 2 hats from you at the moment. So at the moment, I want you to put on your I'm a Sim Racing fan hat. Do you want to see rain before the end of the race? We can switch to what the race director wants.
Sim racing fan, yes, 100%. It's the great leveler.
Yes, it is. And as the race director...
No.
No. Excellent. So there we go. You see, our race director does have a pulse. They are human. They're not like football referees at all. So there we go.
I mean, it's not the fact I don't want rain as a race director. I just don't want to deal with the incidents that come with the rain. Just too much extra effort.
It is, especially around the track like the Nurburgring. These big long laps that we've got. There's plenty of places for puddles. Certainly on the way at the Sector 3, we all know that little river that forms just outside the Schumacher S's.
It's where everyone wants to be all the time, just swimming in that puddle.
It is indeed, it is. It's beautiful synchronised swimming when you get 2 of them hit it at the same time, do a 360 and then take off towards Arvan Bogan. But that is a rare bird. A rare bird indeed. We'll need to try and find footage of that someplace. We've got Smith coming in to the pits then. 48-second lead he's got over Gotti and Glarium, and phenomenal stuff. And he's run wide on the exit. I was just about to say, as a race director and a race fan, you've got to love how close these two are racing. No paint traded, neither any positions. And Gotti just overcooking it into that final chicane, took himself off track to avoid contact, and he's given Glarium a fair bit of breathing space now.
I've been glued to this for the last 15-20 minutes, just watching them going back and forth, closing the gap, it opening it up. It's great to see clean racing, hard racing the whole way.
Yeah, it really is phenomenal stuff. And tell you, Breitenstein, he could find himself closing up as well, because he's putting in some very quick laps at the moment too. 55.2 is quickest, 56.8 on his last. He's certainly in contention with the drivers ahead. So yeah, this race by no means over. And Ginjal as well, sitting there in 11th for the endurance team. We've seen a couple of driver changes for them. One of the drivers unfortunately having a bit of an issue connecting to the server. Car was a bit pingy, to say the least.
Yeah, so I messaged them directly, just trying to sort it out, trying to work out if it was an issue that could be resolved. Unfortunately, it wasn't. So as soon as we worked that out, I just said to them, can you box now and just literally box change driver? It's not fair to the other drivers that they're having to race around a car that they're not sure exactly where it is. And to their credit, they literally went, yeah, we'll box this lap and change. So it was fair by them.
Yeah, they'll know themselves. Getting an overtake is hard enough as it is sometimes, and the last thing you need is the car ahead. I've actually 2 of my personal claims to fame. One is a claim to shame, and one is a claim to fame. Claim to shame: I had a terrible week running up to a league race. I raced at Brands Hatch. The same person saw fit to contact me at the top of turn 2 and then the bottom of turn 3. I had to then sit and hold my brakes and watch 18 cars go past so I could rejoin in last place. I was not happy. The language was colourful, and that did make it to a YouTube clip. Unfortunately, the other one, I made it to a YouTube compilation where a car in 3 or 4 separate stages managed to disappear and reappear behind me several times, and then coming down the mine shaft at Kailami just appear 50 yards ahead of me to hear me scream in the highest pitched voice you've ever heard of a 6'3" in Scotsman, "How did he get ahead of me?" So yeah.
So my claim to shame is when I first started sim racing, I think it must have been my 3rd or 4th lap, public server, just literally learning the ropes. T1 Monza took out 26 cars in the rain. Yeah, brakes don't work unless you use them.
That is a true story. That is a very true story. My first ever league race, I still have nightmares about this. I joined the league on Gran Turismo Sport, thanks to my friend Kieran, he'd already joined. Lap 1, turn 1, Nurburgring. Car in front of me wiggled. I moved on the curb, put the brakes. My car just rocketed forward. I collected the race leader. It was the only time this person finished outside the top 3 all season. And it was the only championship he did not win.
It's always the way, isn't it?
Oh, cost him the championship. Wow. But there we go. That is how we start a sim racing career. Nothing like that going on here between Glerham and Gotti, though. Gotti again has closed that gap. He has gone slightly quicker as well on his fastest lap. It's down from a 54.947 to 54.932. So taking 1500ths off his lap time in the pursuit of the race lead. Alan Hart, long-time race leader, he's back out on track in third. Breitenstein getting back at the podium contention up into 4th place. Sammy Kyle's out for Optimum Racing. And... oh yeah, it's Alexander Gray for the Wild Things Racing. I thought Wild Things had gone as well. So that is the halfway mark reached and breached. 2.5 hours in. But yeah, by the look of it, you're going to have a fairly easy next 2.5 hours, thankfully. We've got some really close racing on track. They're all going to get brought together through this next pit stop phase as well. But this battle between Gotti and Galerium, I think everyone's hoping that these two just keep pitting at the same time, because this is absolutely the highest end of exhibition stuff, especially considering they're currently lapping within half a second of the fastest lap of the race, while within millimetres another one another. Oh, and they're going to go into the last chicane, and the Porsche is potentially going to go around the outside. The BMW holds the inside line. He's going for a cutback, and it is game over just as we were about to wax lyrical once again. Gotti really sends it, hits that sausage curb in the middle of the NGK chicane. Hart is a fair bit down the road, but separate. Galerium and Gotti, this is just a massive teasing match between these two. They get so close to one another. Gotti gets so close to the overtake, and then they get separated again. This time, the NGK chicane doing the damage, and Gotti, wow, 10 seconds he's now got to make up. That is, a big ask before these guys come back into the pits.
He's likely wrecked his tyres as well, to be fair to him. And that was just the Porsche doing Porsche things, I guess.
Yes, it was. It was indeed. The Audi and the Honda, both certified card-carrying killers, of course, but let us make no mistakes about it. The Porsche can certainly be in that grouping as well. Can handle the curves better than a Ferrari, that is for sure. Whoever thought it was a good idea to run a Ferrari as low as that? Goodness gracious me. But the Porsche coming a cropper there over the NGK. And that is a big gap, and it might even extend considering how long it took him to get going again, because he wasn't at full speed when he crossed the start-finish line, which is where we took the delta from, so it's 10.2. So it has settled. It has settled at that 10.2. 2 hours, 29 minutes left to go. These drivers pitted on the hour mark, so he does have 29 minutes left of this stint. Been pretty, I expected a bit more variety in the stint timers as well, but at the moment it seems to be most of the teams are pitting on the hour, with maybe 3 or 4 running the 75 minutes. Over the 5 hours, for me, I would be looking to run the 75-minute stints, because it does, 275 minutes is 2.5 hours. That's that's half the race done, so you're effectively a 3-stop strategy at that stage.
The problem is quite a few of the cars, minus I think it's the Bentley, the BMW, and the Aston can't run 75 minutes. Everything else just goes through its fuel too quick. So they're kind of having to stop a little bit earlier, and a lot of the teams would have practiced what they're going to do for the race, like what their starting fuel is at the start of the stint. Because I mean, if they're running 100 litres over an hour, an extra 15 litres is roughly 15 kilos. So it changes the handling of the car, especially in the Porsche, as it burns off as well.
Yeah, definitely. I'm one of those drivers, when I'm driving the Ferrari, I'll always put an extra 15 litres of fuel in at least. just to keep that little bit of extra weight in the middle of the car. Just to give you that extra bit of balance. So, yeah. My fuel
Right, I've got to
calculations.
jump out, but no, pleasure speaking to you. Thanks to everyone who's donated, and thanks to the drivers who had to bear with us earlier on in the race with all server issues. Really appreciate your patience.
Yes, well, thank you for jumping in. And again, yeah, reiterate that massive thanks to everybody involved in the donations. It's great to have you in it, absolute pleasure. Feel free to jump in again before the end, and fingers crossed, you've got the easiest next 2.5 hours that any race director's ever had.
Hopefully I can go and make my dinner and actually take a break.
Fingers crossed for you, bud. Fingers crossed.
Take care. See you soon.
Yeah,
Bye-bye.
cheers, bud. Thanks for jumping in. There we go then. Average racer in the chat. Apple Yard in Discord. He has, 8 incidents in the first 2.5 hours. Not too bad at all, especially around the Nurburgring. But that's all he's had to deal with. Still got 18 cars still out on track. A couple of server issues have continued. QR Fit Cancer team now have Eric QR out on track. Ethan Meredith is out for the CVR2 car. Evan Tate still out for Simi Thor. Gav Taylor is out for MindWise in the Mercedes. Simon Cheshire out for CVR in the main car. He's out once again. Duos still out for HRT, with Pavlik still racing for India team. Hans Gingerl is now out in 11th for the endurance team, with Eamon Tully in the McLaren for Wiz Motorsport. He's in 10th. Sign in 9th. Cuthbert in 8th. Sammy Carl for Optimum Motorsports in 7th, and it's not Ash Leach no longer in the race, unfortunately. Wild Things Racing, Alexander Gray's in 6th position, back out the pits and behind the Apex Not Found car. They got the overtake done before the pits. Lars Breitenstein, though, has put in a phenomenal stint as well. Got himself back up to 4th, chasing down Alan Hart in 3rd. Gautier still in that 2nd position. And he's got himself back to within 8.7 seconds after that spin not so long ago. So he really is the fastest driver on track by quite some margin at the moment. Pavlik on Gingerl. That is Breitenstein that's just behind them as well. So there's blue flags waving during this overtake. That BMW in front does look like it's carrying a bit of damage. Pavlik having a look around the outside, opens the corner up, potentially looking for the cutback. He's a bit deep for the cutback, so it's going to be a full round the outside. Doesn't make a stick, but does get a good line as the Porsche of Breitenstein. Ever closer, he is definitely quicker than these two ahead. And yeah, the BMW, yeah. Gingerl just backing right out of it there. Potentially for the blue flags as well. Didn't look great through that corner. The way he was running, but he has lost that position then. Breitenstein gets that lapping out of the way. Pavlik is indeed now up to 11th position. 8.5 up at the front between Galerium and Gautier now. Well, Hart still in 3rd place. There's confirmation. Pavlik up to 11th. Gingerl instantly 3.3 seconds down. And of course, Breitenstein is still trying to find his way through. So we're just checking that. Yeah, so 18 left on track. We've just done that quick rundown. We're still on the podium then. Alan Hart. Just looking at his lap times. His last lap there, 55.147. So that's the quickest lap their car is set for this race, the 555. So certainly well in the hunt for a podium. He is actually slightly faster than Lars Breitenstein at the moment. Lars still behind the India Racing team. And so Alexander Gray, nope, that's not what we're looking for. There we go. Sammy Carl for the Optimum Racing as well. Oh, and that is a blue flag just ahead of him. There's Ryan Cuthbert back out. Will race for Haggis. Definitely. Unsurprisingly, my favourite car so far. So yeah, Cuthbert in 8th place. So yeah, great stint by his teammate. He's been handed the car in a good position. Certainly be making moves towards the top 5 at this rate with the laps that he's got putting in. Let's see, Gotti again, back down to 7 seconds. So he is absolutely not wasting any time whatsoever. Getting caught back up. That's stuck again. There we go. Okay, so there's Hartwright. So where's he now? 30 seconds down. He was about 30 seconds up. So that was well over a minute turnaround. With the time he spent in the pits, it would have been a full service. Again, still got that red light flashing on the back, which does suggest he's running on a restricted fuel map. But then with the way fuel maps work in these cars, that could be to help prevent wheel spin on corner exit perhaps. But certainly that is what that light indicates. Got Dubos in the Mercedes. He's got right up onto the back of Ginger then. I do believe that BMW is carrying damage. When you see it head on, you can just see a bit of wobble and movement. Really catches that curve on the inside. Yeah, but there you go. You can just see the bonnet just flapping away in the wind there. Obviously won't be helping the aerodynamics. And he's certainly got enough scraping on the front of the car to suggest there has been a contact there. And they're still carrying the damage. Certainly not doing them any favours as Dubos for the HRT team finds his way through the Mercedes arena and up into 12th position. They've got Pavlik ahead of them, who we've seen drop some time as well. So that battle potentially closing in after this next round of pit stops. Yeah, sorry, distracted by Discord once again, just checking everything there. Gingerl on Dubos. Will we see a reverse move made? The BMW, again, certainly looking like it's carrying a bit of damage. But it is all at the moment about Gautier and his laps. Although actually, shouldn't look past Alan Hart. Again, he was only 3/10 slower than Gautier and Glarham on that last lap, but he was 3/10 quicker than Breitenstein. And in fact, he almost equalled. In fact, no, apologies. On that last lap, he almost equalled Gautier and Glarham. And yeah, he is about half a second quicker than Breitenstein as well. So Hart really getting to the grips with the BMW. And he has joined. Yeah, he has joined Gautier and going sub 55. He's done a 1 minute 54.960. So only the second car to do so. So Hart definitely got the bit between his teeth and absolutely flying through the stint. 2 hours, 18 minutes to go. Oh, Fuller's Rage, are you in the chat watching, bud? If you are, jump in and say hi. But yeah, no, so for I'm just got a chat. We've got a few people that have jumped in from another couple of channels. Chad Rice, greatest streamer on the planet, CHADRYCE. You can catch him Monday, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Saturdays and Sundays. I'm there with him Sunday and Wednesdays. Phenomenal. Phenomenal stuff. So yeah, a few of his guys and gals have jumped in to show their support as well. So it's good to see. There is a big questions going on. I did mention it to Raf, so I agreed to do this race, and then 2 weeks later, the UFC. I'm a big fan of the UFC. Arranged to do a title fight in Britain, which is currently going on. So yeah, so a couple of people were surprised that I was commentating during the UFC event, but no, it's a good cause, a great cause. It's for mental health. Everybody should be on the bandwagon. So yeah, more than happy, and I can get all the fights on replay anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, so that's on at the moment. So if anybody is watching the fights, the UFC tonight, if you don't, yeah, give it a watch. It's at a sensible time as well, and it'll be on after this race is finished as well, so you can jump on and give it a watch when this is done. 6.8 seconds now, the gap between Gautier and Glerium. Up at the front here, 16 minutes left. Narisman as well seems to be slightly down on pace. Oh no, 56.6. There's Cheshire just being lapped by our race leader through the Mercedes arena. Gautier just down the road. So yeah, 6.4, 56.2 on his last lap. Alan Hart, 56.4. Okay, so these drivers all lapping fair and equilibriously. Breitenstein actually the quickest out of the top floor on that last lap with a 56.0. So this race now at the moment, the way these four are driving over the top, it's all going to be down to the pit strategy, because there is very little to separate the lap times that they're putting in, although Gautier absolutely piling in the laps. He's closing that distance, even though the lap times seem very, very, very similar. We just had a follow notification, I believe that was. Momaya, thank you very much for the follow. And Grumpy Geriatric Gamer with the follow 12 minutes ago. Apologies, I missed that one coming through, bud. Oh, save me, Jeebus. Ah, phenomenal. See, if you're ever having issues with your mental health, one of the best things to do is become a Twitch streamer, and then yeah, just read out the list of names of people that you get following you, because honestly, it never ceases to make me laugh. Clearly, who have I had today before? Jumpy Whale. Still didn't find out whether that was because you're a nervous whale or you like to jump a lot. Cold season in. Beef Yeska Latte. Jake Rose with a follow. Jake Rose has been in the chat as well. Give us a follow. Give Wiz Motorsport a follow and a subscription on YouTube as well. Doc Slappy. Boosted Stig. Modesty. Battery Inc. Who would, yeah, but Jumpy Whale. Ryan Custer, better known as Ryan Custer, currently out on track for the World Race for Haggis team. Hurrah! The average racer, Grumpy Geriatric Gamer. Got to love it. And oh, save me, Jeebus. Some phenomenal names that we're using at the moment. Yeah, so thank you all for the follows. Thank you for helping support the stream, which is of course 5 hours. I know it says Kyalami, it is actually the Nurburgring. The race was originally scheduled for 6 hours. Due to some server issues, that has been reduced to 5 hours with an increase in the stint timer. So it's going to be interesting to see how that plays in. While I've been running through the names, we've seen Gautier close this gap at a truly exponential rate, now down to 2.9 seconds. Pavlik doing his best to get back into the top 10 as well. It'll be at the expense of Eamon Tully if he does. The India team car flying once again and looking to get into the top 10. And he is looking very quick. So yeah, what I'm actually going to do, I think myself, given the time, let me just check something here. So yeah, so these are cool. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to leave this, I'm going to have a quick pit stop myself. We will bring you all the action from the closest cars. I'll be back with a fresh cup of tea very, very shortly. In the meantime, if anyone does want to, there is the link to donate to the amazing cause that we are raising money for today, of course, MindWise. So yeah, absolutely every single penny helps. So if you can, we massively appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. And I'll be back in about 5 minutes' time. See you very shortly. Okay, there we go. We'll leave the sandwich alone because we do in fact have another phenomenal race brewing up at the front of the field. Gautier going for the lead then. Big send up the inside. He's gone side by side. Oh, and he's trying to be squeezed. BMW is trying to squeeze over. He's moved over once again into the final chicane. The Porsche getting it done on the brakes. No mistake on the sausage curb this time. It's a beautiful move by Gautier to make that one stick out with the final chicane. Pretty much bang on the 2 hour remaining mark. The BMW coming straight back at him though. And Glarum absolutely not. Oh, bit of contact on the straights. Not what you like to see. The Porsche does hold the apex, so the BMW having to go the long way round, and the Porsche does get that done. So we can see it started all the way back at the start of Sector 3. It's easy seeing I'm out of breath when we're running up and down the stairs. But down in Advan Bogan, oh, it's a big wiggle on the exit curb heading down the straight, and that really gave the Porsche the run. He's got on the inside by the time they've made it to Advan Bogan, almost made contact on the straight there as well, and into the final chicane. The Porsche getting it done. The BMW did have a good fight back on the exit to the final chicane. But on the way into turn number 1, it was signed, sealed and delivered while things were racing. Back up on to the top spot of the grid. And it is all down to Matthew Gautier, you would have to say. He has put in some incredible laps so far. And he's regained the lead of the race. Alan Hart still lapping very quickly as well at the moment. There. Let me switch that off for the moment. So Breitenstein trying to close in on Alan Hart. Hart trying to close in on the battle ahead, and Glarum now, the driver, trying to close in on Gautier. That gap now stretched out already to 1 second in the favour of Gautier, and Glarum comes into the pits for the GT Performance team. So it's going to be Gautier with a nice clear rear view mirror and plenty of track in front of him as well. Glarum could find himself coming out in somewhere around about Breitenstein actually. Unless Breitenstein comes into the pits, it's certainly an interesting choice. But they are sticking to the 1 hour mark fairly rigidly, the GT Performance team. So they've clearly got a strategy mapped out. They're absolutely sticking with it. It's done them well so far. Up in the second. There is Rafa Scullion's forlorn car in the pits. There is Gautier right at the front. Glarum still in the pits. Alan Hart has taken second place then. Will of course have to come into the pit box, but he has got ahead of Glarum at the moment. Glarum leaving now. It's Thel retaking the reins of the BMW. Breitenstein just coming to the last corner now, so it wasn't far off in that prediction. He is out just ahead. He's into the Mercedes arena. That's the Will Race for Haggis car as well. Cuthbert at the reins, currently in that 8th position. 27 seconds separating Hart from Gautier. Glarum in 3rd place there. So looking at the time, and it is going to be an interesting one when Hart comes into the pits. Thel needs to recreate some of his pace from stint 1. Eamon Tully, in fact, has come into the pits for Wiz Motorsports as well. They're in from 10th place. HRT just coming through as well, so they will gain that position there. So too will Cheshire. Jastuschak an extra lap down at the moment. He's still on lap 90, so he's just about to start the 91st lap, so he will get that position over Tully as well. Unless Tully can get himself moving. He is moving. And yeah, he is going to keep that very nicely indeed. Gotti is showing no signs of giving up at the moment, that is for sure. 55.4, so within 6/10 of his fastest lap so far. So the consistency absolutely working wonders for the Wild Things Racing Porsche. There we go, Raf in the chat as well, sharing some of the links, of course, the donation link there as well. Big thanks and shout out to the prize sponsors. Of course, the main sponsor, Digital Motorsports, they're giving away one lucky winner will get the choice of Thrustmaster T300 wheelbase and pedals, or a next level of racing FGT light rig, IMB racewear. They've got 5 £20 vouchers to spend on their website, the link for which is in the chat there. Simhound, of course, more race stuff. What's the full name of the Wild Things Racing Porsche, by the way? What's the full name of this Wild Things Racing Porsche? I'm not 100% sure. But Matthew Gauthier, he is into the pits. So yeah, I'll get a look at that when it comes out. I'm assuming there's something written on it now, so let's have a nosy. Alan Hart will retake the lead of the race. Where were we with the prize of Simhound? Yes, so 3 lucky winners will win a choice of gloves, shoes or socks. 2 lucky winners will receive a 1-hour VR experience thanks to from SimMotion. We've got 2 Atara who are giving away 3 pairs of racing gloves, and of course Dalking, the Stig of setups and a phenomenal race instructor, as we've heard from Raf, the founding father of Wiz Motorsport. Excuse me. 2 1-hour coaching sessions with Dal King himself. So some phenomenal prizes up for grabs. Oh, so is that Connex Wild Things Racing? Mr. Jokes, is that what you're alluding to? Sorry, Colex or Connex? Is it Colex? Sorry, it just says Wild Things Racing down in the bottom corner of the team name, but it does appear to say on the back of the car. Oh yeah, Colex Wild Things. Nice. Back out in second place then, Alan Hart up the road. Breitenstein coming in from the pits. From the charge he was on. We'll see who takes over there. Cross retaken third on track. We know that Thel and Hart ahead are going to have to pit. They've also just had a follow. Real GM 64, I believe that says. My old eyes do not deceive me. I know I wasn't able to find the glasses. I know they're not on top of my head. I checked twice. Just to make sure. There is the Porsche of Breitenstein coming back out of the pits. It's Eric Gassel for Manta Racing. That is at the helm at the moment. And that is Alan Hart just ahead of him. So Breitenstein will look to unlap himself. But that is Hart, race leader, that's got past. He still, of course, has to take his pit stop, so the Porsche will instantly unlap himself. Fell within 35 seconds, crossed 2.9 seconds down on Thel. So he will, of course, comfortably retake the lead of the race when Thel comes into the pits. And then Alexander Gray for the Wild Things Racing Aston Martin, currently running in 4th, once again ahead of the Apex Not Found team. These two have traded positions a couple of times throughout the race, and it doesn't look like showing any sign of abating. towards the end of this one, towards the end of the race either. Currently game on for Wild Things though, up in 4th. Apex not found chasing. A long stint by Narasimhan as well. A lot of time out on track with this one. I'm not sure. We did have a couple of changes. The race was reduced from 6 to 5 hours. The stint timer was increased from 65 to 75 minutes. So not 100% sure if the maximum time allowed per driver is still set at 4 hours. Race director should be in the chat, so he will pop in, I'm sure, and give us an update on that one. But that is into the final 2 hours end. 1:50 to go. Let's grab a cup of tea and get me nice and close again. Oops. Yeah, so Alan Hart then, all down to his pit stop at the moment. Himself and Fell then in 2nd place. These two spent a bit of time in 1st and 2nd so far in this race. Aurelian Cross in the 2nd fastest car on the track actually is Jonathan Thel. 1:54.822. So the 3rd driver to go under 1:50. 1:55, sorry. So that's now the top 3 cars on track have all done laps in the 1:54s. Not an easy thing to do around this track. 7:12 p.m. I did expect it to be a bit darker towards the end of the race. But with an hour and 49 left to go, it does look like the drivers have been spared too much darkness and certainly spared any rain. It would have to be a fairly monumental turn in the weather for us to get some at the moment. So yeah, fairly clear skies for the drivers to end this one, which I'm sure they'll be grateful for. It's certainly really nice to add a bit of spice to the race. And the great leveller, as our good friend, the average racer, alluded to when he popped into the commentary box. There is still Hart that we're on board with then, still leading the way. 97 laps in. HRT are in the pits, it's Dubos. So he's going to drop down a few positions as well. We'll see who takes over for that Mercedes. Taylor, who I think is planning on jumping into the commentary box at one point. We should hopefully be graced with his presence. He's back out to do his 2nd stint in the Wiz Motorsports AMG. There, nope. In a day plagued with technical issues, should I be surprised that my mouse is temporarily taking time off? Possibly not. Let me see if I can tab my way quickly. Okay, so bear with me 2 seconds. And we've managed to catch his battle. Hopefully the camera stays exactly where it is, because it says Cross and Fell. It's GT Performance and Wild Things Racing once again, and once again on the brakes, right up that inside of the hairpin, on the way up into the Schumacher S's. It is Aurelian Cross at 3 taking the lead of the race, but that's down into Advan Bogan. The BMW in the straight line has got himself, well, straight line with a kink, but into the final chicane on the brakes. The Porsche once again avoids the sausage curb. Oh, and it's the BMW that has a bit of a kick off that sausage curb, and it is the Porsche that says thank you very much, and once again takes the lead of the race. So Wild Things Racing having an absolute phenomenal second half to the race with an hour and 46 minutes to go. Now, you would certainly say at this stage, definitely odds-on favourite to get the victory here. I'm sure Alan Hart and the team with Jonathan Thel, the GT Performance team, will have more than something to say about that. But at the minute, the Porsche of Wild Things Racing is absolutely flying around this Nurburgring course and tearing apart those timing boards while they are doing it. 58 on the last lap. Despite that overtaking action. And yeah, Aurelian Cross back into the lead of the race. McSweeney is out in the McLaren for Wiz Motorsport, and he is closing in once again on Yatstuschak ahead of him. These two more than familiar with one another so far in this race. 11th place currently up for grabs. Still going to see several more pit stops. As I've said, the stint time was 75 minutes. So any team that pits with more than 1 hour 15 minutes left of the race will have to come in and take another pit stop. Arik Roguski is out on track for the endurance team. He's got Fontaine just ahead of him for HRT. So it's Fontaine that's just come back out. And there's Hart into the pit from the lead of the race. It was a good 40-second gap that he had, but Aurelian Cross already through the NGK chicane. The Coca-Cola curve will soon be a distant memory. He's through. Hart still stationary. Thel through as well. Alexander Gray, as I was just saying, 1 hour 44 on the clock, so Hart definitely going to have to, Hart's team going to have to come in and pit there. Smith retaking the wheel. That is a big lunge by the Apex Not Found, car 404. So they definitely got the whole car naming concept. And there is Hart out of the pits and into the Mercedes arena. Cross well through with Thel chasing. And Alexander Gray of Wild Things Racing is making moves as well. So there is Hart just out of the Mercedes arena. Gray just making his way through. So Wild Things back to first and fourth. Having a great race so far. Thel though definitely looking to bring the fight back. We've seen Gautier close in on the GT Performance car, but it is now the GT Performance car looks like it could be closing back in. Cross just got that overtake done. The gap now sitting at a second. It did seem to falter slightly there on the timing. Now, of course, we know blue flag traffic right through the station. Wow. Okay, so that delta went entirely the other way. 2.4 seconds, 2.6 seconds lost through that sector, through the blue flags there. Aurelian Cross absolutely flying up the front, 55.7. Fell with a 58.4, so he definitely lost time on that lap. Smith hanging on to that podium spot then. And it's, Eric Gazelle then for Manta Racing as well. He is putting in quick times too. 55.2 he's been as low as. So he is certainly going to be keeping the guys ahead of him on their toes, specifically Narazmin. Narasimhan, sorry. I'm struggling with pronouncing that one today. With Narasimhan ahead in the Aston Martin. It's a bit of a gap there, but only with still plenty of time though. I was not saying only, an hour and 40 minutes is a long time at the Nurburgring. Yeah, lots and lots that can happen. As we've seen, specifically through that chicane, we've just seen Eric Gazelle. We did see Gautier run it a bit ragged through there. It was avoiding contact more than anything, you would say, in the Porsche self-shadow realmed. So yeah, with a 3.9 second gap as is, if Gautier hadn't had those issues with that chicane, it would be a much healthier lead that the Porsche would have over the rest of the field at the minute. And definitely you would say, based on that, game on for the race win, even with an hour and 40 minutes left to go. It is Wild Things Racing leading the way, GT Performance in second, Tom Smith and the gang in third. Wild Thing Racing have got fourth as well, as Apex Not Found in fifth, Manta Racing in sixth, with the mouse stop working again. Optimum Motorsport in seventh, Cuthbert for Will Race for Haggis up into 8th place. There's Fell coming into the pit, and he's only just come into the pits 20 minutes ago. They have been a team that has, like clockwork, come in on the hour. And again, with a 75-minute stint timer, any car that pits with more than 1 hour 15 minute left on the race will have to come into the pits again. Even if that is just a drive through, they will have to come in. So Fell is going to have to come back into the pits, and that is going to be massively detrimental. And Tom Smith is going to say thank you very much indeed, as he's going to find himself back into second, and Alexander Gray for the Wild Things Racing team. That Aston Martin now absolutely in the hunt for a podium, as Glarum comes back out then. So he's retaken over, and he is in fact behind the number 20 Aston Martin for Wild Things Racing. So this is going to be a massive drop in positions for the car, which is at the moment the fastest on track. Cracking race, guys. Number 51, go, go, go. Yep, been some great racing so far. Roguski for the BMW Endurance team. Again, a massive shout out to those guys. One of their drivers was having an issue connected to the server, and it was causing some visual lag for the other drivers around. They were politely asked if they could fix the issue. They weren't able to fix it, but they did withdraw the driver. They came in the pit, so they have cost themselves a bit of time on track. So kudos to them for getting the issue sorted the best way they could. Unfortunately, that driver won't be able to take part, but these things do happen. Occasionally connections just waver ever so slightly. You're absolutely right. I've been paying that much attention to the racing. I haven't actually had a look, but we are, as you say, at £700 is the total we are at the moment. 69%, 70%. Jace Merrick, hey all, got invited out for this one, but couldn't make it, hoping that my fellow Wild Things drivers can bring it home in my place. Jace, that is absolutely happening. Gavin Taylor with a €20 donation that says thanks to everyone who donated. Legends. Gav, legend yourself, my good man. Nigel O'Brien, well done Wiz, big effort for a great cause. €20 donation. It's Chris, says Raffle Potato Nation all the way. We've got Potato Nation to bring this to a round number, £9.84. Excellent stuff. David with a £5 donation. Daz, thank you for the event. Great livery, by the way. Says Daz. Potato Nation again with another £5 donation. Steve Kirk, Mac Attack with that £5 delivery. Coleman Corkery with a €50 donation. delivery. Goodness me. Thank you very much, Coleman. William Martin. We've had Anonymous, Apple Cart, the Race Director with a £20 donation as well. Syriac. And 893RRY, just listed just some of the few. Tom Smith's donated as well. Excellent stuff. All the teams with a £5 donation as well. Minimum. Some of them going above and beyond. And chucking a £10 donation in there. So, yeah, great stuff. Thanks, guys. Yeah, these things happen. Biles will be rejoining. Hopefully no issues this time around for number 51. Also, shame our number 50 car had to drop out the race due to driver desync issues. They were our secret weapon. Yeah, they were certainly gunning. They were definitely a quick car. But yeah, it's good to see that Biles is going to get back out on track, actually. That's excellent stuff. Oh, Cuthbert is coming to the team. My newly adopted race team, of course, will race for Haggis. Why wouldn't you? So there's Cuthbert in 9th place. Glarium. So after that extra pit stop, or certainly what I see as an extra pit stop, he's finding himself back out in 5th place. Apex not found in 4th. Wild Things Racing. 1st and 3rd. With Tom Smith sandwiched in the middle. There is 3rd, Jonathan Thell, I would guesstimate. Just giving us a follow here at Wiz Motorsport. Thank you very much. Great racing. So, can you, Jonathan, shed some light on that pit stop you guys have just taken? Because that's, well, from what I've observed, you guys have been pitting bang on the hour, and this means you're going to have to come in for an extra pit stop. Were you just trying to negate the need for an extra pit stop, or some kind of issue? Hopefully not any issues. That's what I'm looking for there. Okay, that's still running. Yeah, Grails. Hopefully, yeah, we'll see if I can get Jonathan in the chat. Yeah, great racing by everyone so far. Great donation as well, £700, phenomenal. Phenomenal effort by everyone. Especially, yeah, Wild Things Racing now. 1st and 3rd, instead of 1st and 4th. So the strategies have certainly worked out well. We're to see what Glarium does, the GT Performance team. Fastest car on the track. There is Ewan Cairns. Has taken over for Cuthbert. Uh, 10th place at the moment then, so they've made up positions. Great race from then. Simon Cheshire comes into the pits for the CVR car, CVR Team 1 car, in fact. McSweeney has not long been into the pits. Whereabouts is he? Just coming into Sector 3 now, so that is going to be close between them. It's still stationary. Cairns back up to 9th end. Kim Sign ahead of him in the Wiz Potato car. Aurelian Cross, comfortably leading the way at the minute over Tom Smith, who's comfortably ahead of Alexander Gray. Again, great drive by this Aston Martin to get themselves back up into 3rd position. Cheshire still stationary in the pits. He'll be out soon. McSweeney is going to go past, so too is Jastuszczak. Indeed he is. Roguski, in fact, not far behind either. Cheshire still stationary. Fontaine coming through as well. And there is Neil Bailey taking over for Cheshire. So it's going to be down about 3-4 places. Dave Portier's out for the Wiz MindWise Mercedes. I'm still torturing myself with that. Wiz MindWise Mercedes, even though it says MindWise AMG. What are you going to do? But yeah, the MindWise Mercedes from Wiz Motorsports. Gunther Deportier taking the helm. 15th they're in at the moment. Simran Takar for the Simi 13, winner of Best Livery. If there is a Best Livery competition, that's won it. Just basically because I said so, really. Michael Woolacott, the other CVR car. This one, the Audi, 17th in a minute. And the Kuyar Feck Cancer, 720 McLaren. Currently running 18th position. Closing in on his prey ahead. Glarium visibly quicker than Narasimhan ahead. Yeah, on that last lap, almost 2 seconds. So Glarium, despite that extra pit stop, no confirmation in the chat as to... Oh, okay. The reason there's no confirmation in the chat, when you follow, Nightbot is on full security mode. We'll get that changed, I'm sure, for future streams. But yeah, there's currently a 10-minute wait before you can type in the chat, if I remember correctly, and I'm 100% sure I do. So yeah, so we'll get some information from those drivers very soon. Because yeah, the GT Performance car, to say they were in the hunt for the race win, somewhat of an understatement. They now find themselves in 5th, all over the back of the Apex Nut Fun Curve, down through Ad Van Bogen into the NGK chicane. Huz, I'll look up the inside. Oh, and the Aston Martin ahead has missed his turning on the way into that chicane. And that's an easy overtake then for Glarium in the GT Performance car. Well, that's been happening. Is Alexander Gray's coming to pits, and everyone 29 left on the clock, so they are going to need another stop in the pits for the Wild Things Racing team. And he is stationary. This isn't purely to clear his timer. So another stop for them. Glarium back up to 4th. And indeed will be very shortly accredited with 3rd as Gray is stationary in the pits. Roguska closing in on Yastushak. Endurance versus India Racing through the Schumacher S's. Another Aston being hunted down by BMW. Oh, and it's a good move round the outside. Let's have a look at Helicam. Has he actually got that one done? He has indeed. The India Racing team, not much momentum through the Schumacher S there. Didn't seem like much of a defensive move. And the Endurance BMW back up to 11th position then. So positions rapidly changing at the moment then. Well over the halfway mark in the race. Fast approaching the point of no return. Or the point of safe return, sorry. Once you get to an hour and 15 on the race, you can come in, take your pit stop, knowing that you can run right to the end. So we'll see as and when the drivers choose to do that. Cross up at the front. Absolutely flying at this stage. 31 seconds of a gap over Smith in second. Then is Glarium. Still the fastest driver on track. Last lap was a bit slower than Smith and Cross, but given the overtake he was putting in, kind of understandable, you would say. Certainly not wasting any time. Trying to catch up to the group. 37 seconds now is the gap. So you will get past Smith when Smith comes into the pits. It's all about who can spend the least time in the pits now. As I say, Glarium definitely has to come in once more. If Smith can stay out for 12 minutes, which I think should be doable given when he's coming into the pits previously, then they are looking very good to hang on to second position. Let's make sure we don't stand on that wire. There's Cal coming to pit. Sammy Cal for Optimum Motorsports. They're coming in currently in 6th place. And there goes the Wild Things Porsche of Aurelian Cross then, gaining another lap on the rest of the field. Okay, so yeah, so Jonathan fell then. Confirmation from the race director, as I thought we might get. Oh, somebody's accidentally put forward rolling mode on. All good. Oh, and disabled it so there's no 10-minute counter. Yes, so Thel, unfortunately, his pedals have decided to take a bit of an early bath. He is currently frantically trying to fix those. So car 239, a technical issue there. We've certainly been plagued with them today, but the drivers have kept themselves going. Kim signed for the Wiz Motorsport Potato Nation car. Comes in to the pits from 8th place. Cairns flying through that last chicane. So that we can see him back up to 8th. So it is still crossing between now 32 seconds. Narasimhan in the pits for Apex not found. 10 minutes short of that marker. Eric Gazelle. He is into the Mercedes Arena in the Porsche. He's taking that position. Alec Curto's back out for the Wild Things Racing. And Sammy Cal back out as well. So yeah, quick trip into the pits there. Potentially again just to clear that stint timer. Fast approaching that mark. Woolacott sitting in 17 for the CVR2 car. Bailey, the sister Ferrari, up in 14th place. They're just back out of the pits. About 109 laps in. There is Aurelian Cross making his way past another car. That's the Wiz Potato Aston that's just come out of the pits then. So yeah, there's Apex not found. Brooks Lining back out for their car. Yeah, still having some fun audio stuff. But we will crack on. Crooks is still cracking on. He's got Smith in second. Galerium still in third. So it's all about these final pit stops. Roguski looking to get past Sweeney before the pit stops kick in. Thel, yep, we did get some right, okay, so the pedals went loose. Oh, that is brutal. I have actually had that myself. You got to jump on the brake and the pedals shoot across to the other side of the room. Absolutely not what you need, especially in a race like this. Well, we're actually joined at the moment. I'm about to put him live. He's been out racing in the Mercedes, arguably one of the better sounding cars out there. But more importantly, it turns out he is the driving force behind this whole event. It was his idea to do this. Mental health charity that is massively benefiting at the moment by £700. As we see the Roguski making an overtake into turn number 1. McSweeney looking for a cutback manoeuvre around the outside into the Mercedes chicane. Nothing doing though. They are bumper to bumper as they come through the Mercedes. So despite the damage, Roguski making some good moves. But yeah, half an introduction done. Here comes the other half. He's joining us today. Is it Gav Taylor? How are we doing, Gav?
How are we getting on, Raven?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm good. How did you find your time out on track?
We kept it clean, but I don't think we were really expecting the speed of the lads that were going to be around us. We kind of got left sleeping a bit for the first couple of hours.
But yeah, at the moment, currently running in 15th position. So not bad going, and some decent lap times as well from the team. I mean, considering the rest of the field that you're up against, it's still an exceptional performance from you and the guys.
Yeah, I mean, like the laps that we're running at the minute are 2-3 tenths off all of our PBs, so like we're happy enough with where we are. It's just a case of the rest of the lads that we managed to get to race with us are that bit quicker.
Yeah, they really are. It's yeah, it is an impressive field to say the least. The Wild Things in GT Performance car up at the front, of course, Tom Smith with Alan Hart, and I believe they have a third driver as well. Well, no, they don't. It's just Tom Smith and Alan Hart. Those two doing phenomenally.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like to see lads doing 54s with full race trim after 5 hours. Like it's mental.
It is a nice little reminder to myself as to why I commentate and don't race.
I might start doing the same myself. Looking at this.
You'd be amazed that, yeah. It's the same as football, same as referees. They're just frustrated football players, really. It's the same as commentators. We're just frustrated. Race drivers, just Alec Milchin out in the Wiz Motorsport Potato Nation car. I want one of those Potato Nation stamps.
It's a good looking car, in fairness.
It is a good
Justin Wellbeloved, the lad that does all our liveries, made that one up for the guys, so
yeah,
he knows what he's doing.
He does indeed. He does indeed. And speaking of knowing what he's doing, Gav, it was, as Raf has mentioned, it was your good self that suggested doing a charity race for a mental health charity, MindWise specifically. So mega pats on the back from everyone from that. Would you like to give us a quick idea as to what brought MindWise to mind when you were thinking of this?
Love the pun as well, by the way.
Thank you. I've been saving that since before the start of the race.
Nah, in fairness, the boys are they're giving too much credit. In fairness, all it was a case of throwing it to the table of, do you want to try and get some sort of charity thing going. And to be fair to the lads, everyone kind of ran with it, So when we kind of sat down and started talking about it, we were looking for a charity that, meant something to some of the lads in the group, and MindWise were kind of the first ones that popped up, so we ran with it, and we're at €800 here now, £700, so I think we're after achieving what we wanted to achieve, that kind of way. And to be fair, we can't stop really helping or shouting out the sponsors. I sent off a bunch of emails a little while ago, and most of the replies I got were, "What do you want? Like, how much do you want us to give you?" You know, I didn't have to beg and borrow for it. Anyone that we got in contact with was really forthcoming with giving us out the prizes to help us out. So they were all brilliant, in fairness.
Yeah, and some great prizes. But yeah, no, extra pat on the back for your good self. You've been given a lot of credit from Raf, and Raf doesn't seem like the type to hand out credit where it's not due. So I am going to thank you on behalf of everyone that's going to benefit from the money that's been raised. As you say, €800 at the moment. £500 was raised before qualifying even started. So phenomenal work by the community.
It was, and to be fair, we got a lot of help. Like I see LD there, Lawrence Soswa in the chat. He posted it out. You know, he has a massive following. It's kind of where a lot of the Wiz guys kind of originated from. So him putting it out on his kind of socials and his Discord and stuff, a lot of that money is coming from there. So to be fair to the guys over there and to Lawrence especially, you know, they really helped us out.
Oh, well, good to hear it. Well, Lawrence, excellent. Gav's a ledge face. PN car on screen. Check out A. Milton's livery. Oh, yes, PS car. Yeah, Alex Milton's livery. Yeah, we were just paying homage to that. Eamon Tull in the chat. Hup, Gav, and the lads. And De Sozwa is saying, Gav, you're too good. But yeah, Mr. De Sozwa, indeed, Lawrence, thank you very much for getting that share. As I said that at the start, giving to charity doesn't always mean money, it can mean time. 2 seconds it will take you to copy and paste the link and send out on your various social media outlets and get out there. And again, it's not just about raising money for the charity, it's about raising awareness and letting people know that it's okay to not be okay, and it is definitely okay to go and talk about it, whether it be a friend or someone completely anonymous. Taking that first step, it can be the most daunting, but it's definitely the most rewarding. As what Makatak saying in the chat, took him 2 years to reach out and get help, but when he did, and his exact words were, "It's done me wonders." He didn't say it helped a bit. It was no, it's done him wonders. His words. So yeah, phenomenal effort by everyone involved. And yeah, great to see the sim racing community and everyone getting behind and getting themselves involved. We've got an hour and 14 minutes left of the race, Gav. Will you be gracing us with your presence out on track once again, or is that your driving duties done for the day?
No, I'm done, thank God. I'm like a Formula 1 driver after a race at the minute. I think I'm after losing about 3 stone. It's time now for a drink, a big dirty burger, some chips, and be a spectator for the last hour. Because that battle for 1 and 2, I think, is going to get spicy towards the end.
It is. I've managed to squeeze in half a Twix and 2 bites of a sandwich so far. So it's just been the amount of action. And there's all this talk of haggis as well. Now we're talking of burgers. Y'all are just here to torture me. But yeah, no, phenomenal stint. Great idea for the charity. It's gone down great, Gav. So give yourself an extra pat on the back. Even though you might not want to, you've been given the credit and you should take it. A phenomenal charity. Again, people's lives are going to be helped and changed for the better because of what you've arranged and what all the guys and gals in the sim racing community have jumped on board, including, of course, the sponsors, Wiz Digital, Digital Motorsports, IMB Raceware, SimHouse, SimMotion, Tuatara and Dalking, who, like you say, Gav, all jumped on board, open arms, and it was a case of much do you need for us to give us prizes. So, yeah, massive congratulations, and thank you for putting this all together, bud.
Nah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for doing the commentary. It's brilliant as usual.
Oh.
And, you know, thanks to all the lads that are out racing and in the chat as well. You know, there's only so many of us in Wiz, and if it was only us doing it, there wouldn't be €800 in the kitty, you know. So, you know, everyone that's racing and everyone that's watching you here, like, you know, they're a massive part of it as well, you know. So, thanks to everyone that's there as well.
Indeed, yeah, absolutely reiterate that as well. Big shout to Gav from Team Cerebrus Virtual Racing as well. That's Ash in the chat giving you big shout outs as well, Gav. So you're getting all the love from everybody, and it's great to see, mate. So thank you. Now, yeah, go and get yourself a big dirty burger, some chips,
Yep,
and
exactly.
feet up and enjoy the end of the race, mate.
Cheers, man. Enjoy the rest of it.
Will do. Thanks, Gav. So there we go, Mr. Gavin Taylor, one of the MindWise moderators. And yeah, it was himself that came up with the idea for MindWise, and a great charity. He's getting all the credit in the chat, and it's great to see. Ash as well. Ash Leach, of course, the car unfortunately no longer with us. It's a secret weapon, no less, from the endurance team. Unfortunately, technical issues have put paid to your charge for the top. But thank you for donating and getting involved in the race. Just again, having some fun times with the mouse. Let me see, I can tab over. We can make that work. Perfect. So yeah, an hour and 10 minutes to go. So again, any cars that do come into the pits now and right on cue. Yes, Tushak comes into the pits. Any cars that come in now will beat the final timer with an hour left to go. Yeah, with that 1 hour 15 minute timer. That has now been breached. 1 hour 9 minutes left to go. Cross still leading the way for Wild Things Racing. Tom Smith and Alan Hart in second. Eric Glarum in third place for GT Performance. Gazelle for Manta Racing, they're back up to fourth with Alex Curto, Wild Things Racing, back out. He's in that fifth position. Royce Linen for Apex Not Found. They are in sixth place. Sammy Carl for Optimum Motorsport in seventh. Ewan Cairns will race for Haggis up in eighth. Alex Mielchen for Wiz Motorsports in ninth. And Roguski for the endurance team. Rounding out the top 10, McSweeney and Bailey for Wiz Motorsport, CVR 11th and 12th. Fontaine and Yastuschak back out the pits. He is now behind Deportier for Wiz Motorsport. Car and Woolacott 16th and 17th. And Vanlerberg for the Kuyar Fet Cancer team. They're first got a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. So they've dropped further down, 18th position for them at the moment. Let's see where Tom Smith is. Still a fair chunk down, but he's got 33 seconds over Galarium. Not going to be enough, but both of these cars are coming back into the pits. So it is a straight shootout to the end. How's the UFC going, John? It's just switched to the main card. I did manage to catch a couple of the finishes. But I'm definitely going to have to go back and catch it on replay. But yeah, the Jack Shore won. Hurrah! I knew he would. So yeah, now on to the main card. Which is not long started. Goodness me. Yeah, so there we go. So, timing wise, hey, De Souza, Nax. Oh, Nax in the chat as well. How we doing? I was speaking to you earlier in the Discord. How's things going? Hopefully all good in the hood. There we go on that. We've got, as I say, an hour and 7 left to go. Still got 18 cars out on track, and it's all down to these final pit stops then. This is what it's all coming down to. The final pit stops between the top 4. They've all got some very, very, very good pace. Gasell, we know, is very quick indeed. Aurelian Cross, if he comes into the pits and hands over to his teammate, it could well be job done for the rest of the field. Smith still a fair chunk behind. Cross no slouch either. I'm not casting aspersions on Cross's abilities, but his teammate Gautier did effectively close the distance at will when he was in second behind the GT Performance car. That GT Performance car now sitting in that third place, but we know again we've got that extra pit stop to come, given the issues that his co-driver has had with his pedals. An extra enforced stop. Yeah, it really is goodbye to the podium potentially, unless there's some kind of disaster with the drivers ahead. There's Arthur Fontaine into the pits in the Mercedes. And there is Aurelian Clarium. Still the fastest driver on track. The track temperature will be dropping, of course, as the light dims. Fontaine, they're still in the pits. The car, hopefully, his connection seems a bit ropey at the minute. Hopefully, he's not having any lag on screen. But that's Simran Takar for the Simi Thor team. Again, if there's a best livery competition, this one's not bad. The Simulation. Simulation Esports. I was thinking because of the green and black there, but no, Alex Milchin as well. The Wiz Potato, that is a very, very, very good livery as well. But yeah, I would say those two definitely the top 2. Pedals fixed, fingers crossed. Superb stuff. Pedals fixed, and we've got some more donations coming in as well. Let me just refresh this. For some reason I'm not getting... No, £775. We've got Potato Nation once again rounding up the donation by £12.19. Love to see it. And some more from car number 35. Great racing community doing this for a great cause. Will race for Haggis and will donate to charity. Phenomenal stuff, chaps and chapettes. Thank you all very much. £775. So yeah, just so we can keep this nice and round again, let me quickly try and multitask. Haha, haha, I hear you laugh in the background, but no, it is possible. It is possible as Giselle comes into the pit, so he'll be multitasking his way through his MFD. See what I did there? Go. Okay, so while I was just clicking and clacking some buttons, Raven, do you want a best livery winner? I can make it happen. Oh, Racing Penguin, yes, absolutely. We need a best livery winner. There we go. You even get a little... Excellent, so there we go. I think the Apex Not Found Aston has the best livery. It says Jumpy Wheel. Might be slightly biased there, but bias is okay when you're picking your favourites. It's kind of suggested. Royce Linen, of course it is. The Apex not found, you've definitely got to give that credit to. A good mix of purple and green. As a Batman fan, I approve of the Joker-esque. I need a map, GPS broken, I'm lost. And of course, the car number being 404, which anyone who's used the internet will know, means that you're up the wrong drill, as we say in Scotland. Page not found. So 404 Apex not found. I would definitely say they're in the top 3 and in for consideration. I think on top of that though, we would have to say Mielchin in the Aston. And of course, the Marvel. The Marvel Porsche, which is a marvel, let's face it. It's phenomenal. We do like that. So I would say those are the top 3. Definitely, those should be the ones that we're looking at. Let me just check. Do that. Okay, oh, and there's a notification from Just Giving. Excellent, thank you very much. But I need control of the mouse back. Okay, come on, give me the mouse back. Just Giving, thank you. Excellent. Nope, yep, nope, we're running. There we go. I'm still having some audio issues, Raf, so if you do want to jump in before the end, give me a shout in Discord or here, and I will jump back in. My vote for Wiz car number 29, it's in the pits, showing its livery. Yep, can't argue with that choice. Similar to car getting plenty of camera time there as I'm trying to fumble with microphones. But Glairum then, still in third place, still the fastest car on track. The lap time's increasing as the temperature seems to decrease. Oh, there we go. Here we go then, people. Raf has agreed that if the donations reach £900, he will round that up to the 1,000. Just to confirm, at the moment it is sitting at 800. In fact, it's sitting at 805. Hans Gingle has just donated £5. Someone called me. See what I did there? Chuck 25 quid in as well. So that's got a total of £805. So if you were sitting there thinking I'm going to donate towards the end of the stream, now is the time to get those donations in. Raf has very kindly agreed to add an extra 100 quid to round it up to the target 1,000 if we can get it to 900. Got under an hour to decide who gets the IMB voucher. Raven, choose wisely. So the best livery will win an IMB voucher. 57 minutes, no pressure for me to decide, none at all. But yeah, no, phenomenal stuff. Another little prize handed out. But yeah, so if anyone does want to give and donate to this amazing cause, then yeah, what more incentive could you need? I'll go to, again, a great cause, and Raf will top that up as well, which would be incredible. The £1,000 would be reached and breached incredibly, all from playing computer games. Who would have thought it? Here it is then. Tom Smith and Alan Hart take their final pit stop. Where is Eric Glairum going to be? He's going to be in the pits with them, so it is going to be a straight shootout for second and third. GT Performance. I don't think they've blown this podium then. It's going to be Jonathan Thel who comes back out. He's been very quick so far. He'll be home to avoid these technical issues. Cross still comfortably in the lead. Alex Curto just coming into sector 3. We've got... Oh, that's Glarium just coming to a stop. Wow. Smith's still in there. Alan Hart has taken the helm. So that's him back out on track. He is still ahead of Glarium, obviously. He's just stopped. Alex Curto comes into the final corner. This was where it was going to be close, and Glarium, he's going to hand over to Thel. Thel still not at the wheel. Curto along the start-finish straight. Glarium has been dropped. It's Jonathan Thel at the wheel. And it's Curto that's got through then. So at the moment, it is Curto and Wild Things Racing have got themselves back onto the podium. Sorry, because they started in 4th. So the Wild Things Aston, they've got themselves onto that podium. So phenomenal drive from then. Reutzleinen, he's in 5th place. There is Curto in 3rd. My screen is still saying he's in 4th. But on the timing deltas on screen, Glarium then definitely in 4th place. Sorry, Jonathan Thel then definitely in 4th place. And Curto onto the podium. So it's 2 podium spots for Wild Things Racing in the closing stages. And Alan Hart in the gap. Promoted a position from their starting point as well after a good qualifying and a great race. There is the car coming into the pit. Again, this will be the final pit stop, and he's come back out to do the last 54 minutes. So still a bit of time to go. And a lot of pit stops still to take. So they'll definitely be finishing inside the top 15 by the look of it. I believe that was Van Lerberg. He just made his way through there. It is indeed the QR Fet Cancer team. Stop go 30-second penalty for pit lane speeding violations. Not helped their cause. But still running in 15th place. Alan Hart. A fair chunk down on Cross. I believe Cross still got to take a pit. Oh, and in fact, the Porsche Cross not far behind Hart on track. There is the race leader there. That gap will open up again, of course, when Cross comes in to take his final pit, but he could get the overtake done on track before they even get to the pit stop. So yeah, Guti putting in some stint with the lap times, and in these conditions, Cross absolutely no messing about. I said the lap times were falling slightly with the temperature. That's a 55.9, so it's only a second off his fastest lap of the race so far. So Cross not being slowed by the conditions in the slightest. 125 laps in, 53 minutes still to go, and McSweeney comes in for Wiz Motorsports McLaren. So this will be their final pit, or certainly they'll be hoping this is their final pit. With 52 left to go. Bailey will make his way through. So too... Oh no, Deportier actually, that's going to be close there. Gavin Taylor's car in 12th place. Hopefully he's enjoying his burger. I did actually see Raph mention a chicken curry as well. All this talk of food. Excellent. Marvel chasing cancer. Hopefully kicking it. There we go. Canadian rubles. Could be an expensive night. Found £100 3 times that I went through, but no update. Oh, there you go. Is the donation bar stuck? Just added another £20. Oh, there we go. Yep, so the donations are firing up while I'm watching. Let's have a look and see what the donations are sitting at. £830. Race Director popping in another 25 quid. Love to see it. That's confirmed in the chat. But yeah, so that is 830. 70 quid to go. 70 quid in the next 52 minutes. And Ra's going to top that up to 1,000. The railing cross into the pits. Final pit stop there. Already dropped and on his way. And only just getting down through the hairpin then. So a phenomenal lead then. It's Matthew Gauthier out on track. We know he's got a bit of pace. And he is going to lead the team home. Oh, McSweeney for Wiz Motorsports. Eamon Tully. He has been given an extra gift. That is a stop-go 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane then. Not what he'd have been hoping for in these closing stages, that is for sure. Just fix the back of my chair here as he pulls over to let 5th place through. So yeah, Tully's going to come back into the pits. Stephen Biles back out on track. Not pinging about at the moment, so there we go. Connection issues have been fixed and he is going to get to take a stint in the race. Great to see. 15 minutes left. Jonathan Thel all over the back of Curto already. I did think it would be at least a few laps before he caught up, but Thel in the BMW all over the back of the Aston Martin. The podium definitely still well and truly on the cards then for the GT Performance team. The Aston is going to have to go full defensive for 49 minutes to fend this off. There's Tully coming into pits, serving that penalty as quickly as possible. And there is Thel getting the job done around the outside on the exit to the Mercedes chicane. Phenomenal overtake there. Great side-by-side action between the two drivers. Let's watch this one again from Helicam. Through turn 1. Good exit by the BMW. Good exit by the Aston there as well, actually. But the BMW, we've seen it several times through this middle section of this Mercedes chicane. Look how much he closes up there. A little bit of a wiggle from the Aston onto the apex for the BMW, round the outside on the exit. And that is back onto the podium for the GT Performance team. Quite the performance they've put in so far. Does Alex Curto have anything to answer back? He's got 49 minutes to do so. Tully spending that painful 30 seconds stationary in the pits to serve that penalty. Curto with the BMW. Mercedes just behind. And that is a blue flagged car. That's P3. It is indeed. Phenomenal driving from, as I was saying. Oh, and Jonathan Thel, he's just taken. Oh no, they did have the fastest lap. Yeah, that's right, 54.822. So yeah, they were already slightly quicker than Gauthier, not by much. But yeah, Thel and GT Performance back up onto those podium spots, fastest lap under their belt as well. They've got 20 seconds separating them from Alan Hart. But 47 minutes left to go. Is that too much of a tall order? Given the lap time, you would say it's going to have to take a monumental error by Hart for him to lose this second place. Definitely safe to say he's lapping at very similar times to Hart at the moment, to Thel at the moment, in fact. Slightly quicker as well. Gauthier is currently running the fastest laps out of the top 3. In fact, out of the top 4 quite comfortably as well. Alex Curtle seemingly dropping off the pace ever so slightly, down in the 57s on that last lap. So he is losing pace. Do have a couple of more pit stops still to take, just so drivers and teams can clear those stints. Here we see the race leader. Just making his way past Breitenstein, of course. Breitenstein for Manta Racing. One of the cars that were threatening that podium position, but some unfortunate incidents on lap 1 sees them down in 7th position. The CVR car currently being guided by Neil Bailey. Rounding out the top 10 at the moment, but again, he's showing some good pace towards the end of this race. Mielchen's definitely going to have to be full concentration mode if he's going to hang on to this 9th. Indeed, absolute legend, Mr. Raff, making that offer. Any advances on the 830? Oh, wow! He's done it anyway. He's done it anyway. That's what came up on screen again. I don't know why I'm not getting sound for that coming up. I definitely should be, but as long as you guys and gals are getting those notifications, and that bar is updating. £930. Raphael Scullion, the organiser or founder of Wiz Motorsport, bringing us this event. That's the total now at £930. Phenomenal amount of money raised for an amazing charity. We still do have racing going on as well. Sammy Carl in the pits for the Optimum Motorsport team. So Breitenstein could find himself up a position. In fact, he does. He's already through the Mercedes arena. So that's Breitenstein and the gang back up to 6th position. Ewan Cairns for the World Race for Haggis team. Still down on the lap, so they won't catch up with Cal before Cal comes out of the pits. That's him on the exit now. Breitenstein through. Cairns. Oh yeah, just coming to the last corner now, so he's definitely closed that gap, that is for sure. I think they do have another... Oh, Gavin Taylor's in the chat as well with another donation. Love to see it. I did actually catch sight of that one. There we go. £939. We're up to another €10 donation then. Thank you very much, Gav. The gentleman that brought us this charity. Seconds. Oh yes, that's the race director. The two of them, they've got Gav. He's got a similar badge. There we go. So let me just get confirmation there. Yes, and there we go. Let's get to the 1,000, boys and girls. It says Gavin Taylor, that €10 donation, taking us to £939. 43 minutes left of the race to go. Valentin Dubos comes into the pits for the HRT team. This again will be their final pit stop. Eamon Tully's back out after serving the stop go 30-second penalty, and just as another one of the BMW. There we go. As we see, who was that? It was Bailey coming into the pits then from 10th. The CVR car coming in to take what will be their final pit stop, although do I remember them pitting quite recently? Hopefully not. Hopefully that's not a forced pit stop, and it is one that they had scheduled. Thel then, still holder of the fastest lap, still moving very quickly, got down to 17 seconds between himself and Hart. 4/10 quicker on that last lap. Gaultier 56.4. Gaultier, sorry, on that final lap, on his last lap there. 130 laps in. Still got some pit stops to take. Oops, nope. Yes, we're coming into the closing stages again. Big shout out and thank you to the all of the sponsors. Of course, Wiz Digital, Raf's own company. Oh, we've got another follow popping in there. Hizen and Naxalar, both with the follows. Thank you very much for supporting the race and the charity. Of course, got prizes coming in from Digital Motorsport, the choice of a Thrustmaster T300 wheel and pedals or a next level GT Light rig. IMB Racewear, I've got 5 £20 vouchers up for grabs. One of them, I believe, going to the best livery. Not to post too many spoilers, but if you pay close attention to the stream, you might get a subtle hint as to the current favourite for that one. Simhound will offer 3 lucky winners, a choice of gloves, shoes or socks. 2 lucky winners will receive a 1-hour VR experience voucher each from SimMotion. Tuatara will be given 3 lucky winners, a pair of their Sim Racing gloves each. And Dalking will be given 2 lucky winners, a 1-hour coaching session each. And you heard it from Raf himself. His setups are one thing, his coaching even better. So massive thank you to all the sponsors and the prizes, everyone that's donated, everyone that shared the links, especially if you've been out there sharing the stream and getting us more viewers so that we can help raise awareness for this charity, get people help that they could potentially use to get on the road to mental wellness. Then thank you very much from myself and everyone at Wiz Motorsport. Every penny going to a great cause, and that won't refresh for me properly. Let's see if this one will. £949. We are now sitting at £51 to go until we're at the target. Another £10 donation coming in there. Trevor McSweeney, great stuff, lads. Shaky start, but great event. Trevor, a phenomenal drive by you and all the Wiz Motorsport teams. They've had a great drive so far. I tell you what, the livery thing is a difficult one. For me, it's right down to Wiz Potato. 30 minutes to go. I'll tell you what, right, let's... What do we think then, peeps? Give us, I know it's my decision, but what do we think in the chat? We've got the Wiz Motorsports Potato Nation car. It is a stunning livery for sure. The Marvel Mobile Porsche. There is the Hulk on the front. There's Loki on the side. Got Thor with his hammer. That's Asgard, by the way. There's Asgard. Look at that. Full geeked out. Only bands. The band hammer. Of course. And on the top there. Yeah, that is... yeah, very nice livery. So yeah, pop in the chat. What do you think? Do you like 69 or 22? Pop your favoured livery number in the chat. But those two, I would say, definitely in the hunt for best livery of the event. I'm definitely biased towards the Marvel one, of course. Marvel livery is epic too. There's the K. It says... Average racer, is that the 1K? It is £1,001. Phenomenal stuff. fact, let me see if this will work. The £1,000 target has indeed been reached and breached. Hopefully, you guys got to hear those sound effects there. But John McDonald, go on, boys, keep it up. £52 2 minutes ago. That donation taking us to the £1,001 mark from 60 supporters. So absolutely, give yourselves all a massive pat on the back. That money will make a huge, huge, huge difference to people all over Britain suffering from mental health issues. At MindWise, their vision is a world where people affected by mental health issues receive support to lead a fulfilling life through recovery to discovery. They deliver over 30 key services to more than 1,000 people affected by mental health issues every day. They raise awareness and campaign for change, and they provide advocacy and advice and train workplaces to better understand and support good mental health. So an unbelievable cause. Thank you, Wiz Motorsports, for putting on the event. Thank you, Gav Taylor, for suggesting it. Thank you to everyone that donated and that shared the stream and took part. We have reached that total with 35 minutes left to go. So well done, everyone. Get your feet up and enjoy the rest of the race. Which, as I say, has got 35 minutes left to go. Alex Milchin is into the pits from 9th place. His Wiz Motorsport teammate in the Mercedes is in 10th. He'll be hoping to close in. And in fact, that's the HRT car he's got just ahead. Simon Cheshire in the Ferrari for CVR. He is back out at the helm, so that'll be the final stop made for their car. And over the front, Jonathan Hart now 15 seconds ahead of Jonathan Thel. So the gap there is definitely closing as well. 35 minutes. Can Thel catch up and improve on that podium position? Would be a phenomenal drive if they managed it. Given the technical issues that they've had. Gautier up at the front has just set the fastest lap of the race. So I said the lap times might increase while the temperature dropped as much as it had. Looks like Gautier didn't quite get that memo. 1 minute 54.760. The lap time he has just clocked there. So phenomenal effort he's putting in up at the front to maintain the lead of the race. And he's just done a 55.3 as well, so quick and consistent. The Wild Things Racing looks like they've got this one nailed on. Alex Curto, they started in 4th. It looks like they're bringing home a very comfortable 4th at the moment. Breitenstein as well out on track. Is behind the Apex Not Found team. And it is a 31-second gap, and that's certainly going to play into the hands of the Apex Not Found team. Breitenstein, the quicker out of the two at the moment. There's Deportier. About to take over, or continue. In fact, or is he going to swap drivers? Hilliard coming back out for the final stint. Pit box 1, they come flying out, and that is... Who's that that's just going side by side with them? That is the sister car of the Potato Nation. Just goes flying through, so Deportier back out, I believe in 13th. We'll see what happens with the timing as he comes through there. There is Hart. Still in that second place, 14-second gap. So did lose time on that last lap, not as much as he lost on the previous couple of laps. So it should be enough to maintain that second place. Definitely being hunted down though. So it needs full concentration to be engaged. Can confirm burger was a fantastic choice. Excellent stuff. Would it be wrong of me to start ordering food? No, I'm looking. Someone find that man John McDonald and give him a kiss. With the name Scottish sounding as McDonald, I'm on board with that as well. So yes, big shout out and thank you to John McDonald taking us over the target. But again, great effort by everyone involved. Every donation, whether it's a penny, 10 pence, or £52 to take us over the target, or even £100, as Mr. Raff himself put in to help get us to that total. Incredible stuff. Again, from the 60 supporters chipping in there. Everyone that shared the stream, shared the website links, thank you very much indeed. And yeah, phenomenal event it has been. A few hiccups technically at the start, but they were soon put to rest as the drivers got themselves out on track, and it's Hilliard and Tully that are going to battle for 13th position then. Tully currently in 14th with his Wiz teammates in the Mercedes on the McLaren right round the outside. Easy does it, not much of a fight put up from the Mercedes, and the McLaren goes whizzing straight through into 13th. See what I did there? All about the puns. Gautier then, he's all about the race win. 30 minutes left and a comfortable gap, and again Thel and Hart racing almost exactly the same lap times now. Not much separating them at all. 14.1 seconds out on track. I see what you did there. Thank you, thank you. I'm here all week. Tip your weight. Let's try the steak. Tully and Hilliard, though, they're not as close as it suggests on the timing delta at the moment. Right, okay, that was that just catching up as you went through those sectors. Still got 18 cars. Scullion's still in the pits. Of course, the car 29, the server decided not to let them back out the pits after showing great performance in qualifying as well. The QR Fit Cancer team, 18th place at the moment. Then it's CVR's second car, the Audi, in 17th position. Then it is Simran Takar for the Simi Thor team in 16th. Valentin Dubos out for the HRT team in 14th position. Then it's Hilliard for Wiz Motorsports in 14th. Another Wiz Motorsport car in 13th. That's Eamon Tully. Then it's Simon Chest, CVR's lead car, 12th place. Pavlik for the India team in 11th. Stephen Biles out for the Endurance team in 10th. Then it's Alex Mielchin in 9th. Ewan Cairns in 8th. Sammy Carl for Optimum Racing in 7th. Lars Breitenstein for Manta Racing in 6th. It is Reitzleinen in 5th. Curto in 4th. Thel in that 3rd place. Oh, suddenly 11.5 seconds behind Hart. He's found 3 seconds since last we checked in there. Alan Hart in 2nd. And Matthew Gautier absolutely running away with it at the moment. Oh, as Ewan Cairns comes in to the pits. CVR's lead car is 10th at the moment. It is indeed Mr. Deathmonger. Raph stopped in for 1 pint and forgot to get back racing. Excellent stuff. But yeah, great race from the guys at CVR indeed. That Ferrari having a good run. There's Ewan Cairns coming in to the pits. And yeah, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one final quick pit stop before we get lashed in to the last 28 minutes. Just to make sure I can give it my full attention. So we'll put on autopilot. Give me a couple of seconds just to change the tyres and fuel. And I'll be back momentarily. There we go, one final cup of tea for the final push. Hurrah! Let's get it to £1,111.11. That's a great goal. That is another goal. That's got to be a very specific donation. I had it at 1,010 and was fierce proud of myself. Oh, it was a nice rounded number. That PN livery is straight out of SEMA. Don't know what SEM is. SEMA. My apologies, I'm unsure what that is. Well, what I do know is absolute bunch of legends. Oh, for £1,060, the donation, Jason Lingard. Potato donation. I can get on board with that. £9.27 to round it up to £1,010.10. Phenomenal work there on the 10-10-10. As a massive Red Dead fan, I can definitely get on board with 10 to 10, cowboy time. Yeah, it's a terrible joke, but I am a parent, I am a dad, I'm allowed to crack them. Jason Lingard with a £50 donation, £1,060 has now been raised during the 6 hours of broadcasting. Massively, of course, to everyone that has donated and still is donating. As you can see in the Discord, big shout out to everyone that's done that as well from Raf. So, yeah, great to see. Big car show in the US. Got ya. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, it is making it difficult for me to choose a livery. It is definitely between those two, but I think tell me they're still in the race. Yes, they are. Evan Tate, of course he is. It is a tough choice, but I do think I like Evan Tate. And Simi Thor. So in fact, you know what? Let's go for it while we're celebrating. We've reached and breached the target, so let's hand out the first prize of the stream. I think this will be the first prize handed out. Extremely presumptuous of me to just jump on and say, yeah, here's what's happening. But there is an IMB Racewear voucher up for grabs for the best livery, as decided by little old me. And as a massive Marvel fan, and with everything that has been, with mental health, fun times, they've had great, they've hung into the race as well. So yeah, I think Simi Thor, we're going to have to give them the winner of best livery in the race. Run so close, and unbelievably close second, because that Wiz Potato is an unbelievably special livery. To have the tear mark and the gold through there, there is absolutely no denying that the camera is doing what it wants right now. That's not what we should be looking at. That is, so yeah, any other day, that's definitely a winning livery. But as I am a massive man-child, and I do love for my own mental health, sitting watching movies such as the Marvel films, spend a lot of time with my daughter watching Marvel movies. So yeah, Evan Tate and Simi Thor, congratulations on winning yourself a cheeky little prize for best livery in the race. Alex Curto for Wild Things Racing in the pits with 20 minutes left to go. Is this going to give Reutzleinen and the Apex Not Found team a run at 4th place? That's Curto straight in and straight back out again, so that purely a timer clearing exercise, and he is definitely back out in 4th place then, still with a fairly comfortable gap over Reutzleinen. Not so comfortable is the gap between Thel and Hart, that is for sure, down to 9 seconds. Hard to pass on a bit of Marvel. Amen to that. Raf, absolutely amen to Yeah, definitely love the Marvel. Like I say, the amount of time I spent with my daughter and my mum going to see those things, I would be doing them a disservice as well. So yeah, congratulations to Simi Thor. Pavlik looking to make an improvement here. But yeah, there we go. Yes, sorry, where was it? Oh yeah, we're watching Pavlik trying to get his way past Biles. Biles was having a connection issue early in the race. He's definitely got that settled. He's gone full defensive mode in the BMW as well, giving himself a bit of a gap over Pavlik as they come down through Advan Bogen into the last chicane. But certainly with 18 minutes left to go, this one doesn't look like it's done. Top 10 honours up for grabs. Van der Berg, Meredith, Tate, Dubo, Bailey, Hillier, Tully, Pavlik all outside that top 10 at the moment. Jonathan Thel, maybe he's got his brake pedals fixed. He is absolutely flying. Almost a second quicker than Hart on that last lap, so the two of them are lapping fairly equally at the start of this final stint for them both. Unbelievable, over £1,000. Thank you all so much. A special thanks to our Potato Nation brothers and also Lawrence de Souza, who drove over the PN guys and also drove up the donations, indeed, with all the links shared and sharing awareness of the event is the sentence I was struggling to get out there. But yeah, definitely echo those thoughts from Raf. Unbelievable target to reach the £1,000 reached and reached £1,060 raised 105% of the target. So yeah, incredible stuff. And yeah, great to be part of as well. And seen some amazing racing over the piece as well. Right, that. Saw a couple of extra windows just popping up. But yeah, there we go. Pavlik still looking the most likely to get an overtake at the moment. Thel still doing everything he can to close up. 8.7 seconds now. The gap, 16 minutes left to go. Hart answering back on that last lap, only 4/10 slower than Thel on that one. But Thel definitely the quicker of the two. We can see just how dark it is out on track. Drivers very much reliant on those headlights. There we go. It is the least I can do, says Lawrence. There's a special bond between Potato Nation and Wiz. I'll never forget what you guys still bring to PN and sim racing in general. Yeah, I have to admit as well, as a broadcaster and commentator, it's been an absolute pleasure, all my interactions with the Wiz Motorsport guys and gals. So yeah, I can definitely jump on that bandwagon and say they definitely bring something special to the sim racing space. So it's great to see other organisations completely on board with that sentiment. Raven in chat, the prize giving and the live raffle will be done next Saturday live on here. Raffle entries will close on Friday at midnight, so that's Friday midnight. The raffle will close. This time next week there will be a live stream on the Wiz Motorsports channel, when the prize giving and the live raffle will all be done. So make sure you get your calendars set. I'll maybe even see if I can sneak my way into that one as well. Number 51 on the last lap avoided a car head on at the Schumacher S's. Oh, last lap. Okay, so yeah, this is only going to go back a minute. Oh, and the India team in the background there. So yeah, all the action in the Schumacher S's. At the moment, car 51 is surrounded by it. I should have called it the Rafi. And there is. Yeah, that's Apex Not Found. Making their way in for a final pit stop. Are they going to be able to hold on to 4th position, or is Curto and Well Things Racing going to take that from them? Certainly got a battle on their hands. Curto not within 18 seconds, so that is going to be a big ask. Thel, looks like he might got caught up in traffic, or Hart has certainly heeded the broadcast. He was 4/10 quicker than Thel on that last lap. The gap between those two, that's extended again. That's back up to 9.1 seconds. And Breitenstein, I was wondering if Curto could catch up with Thel potentially. Looks like Breitenstein is going to get caught up to the back of Curto. Rotisleinen. He has exited the pit, still 14 seconds down. In fact, yeah, Breitenstein in the Porsche. 8/10 he's got. Pavlik still trying to find his way into the top 10. If he does, it would be at the expense of Biles. We saw him run deep through the Schumacher S on the last lap. It looks like he's closing back in within 7/10 once again. Yeah, 12 laps to go. 12 minutes to go, not 12 laps. It won't be quite as many as that. But Breitenstein is certainly looking to make them as lively as possible. Curto and the Wild Things Aston Martin, of course, started the race in 4th position. They're there at the moment. But Breitenstein certainly looking to take that from them through the Mercedes arena again. The Porsche looking not bad through there, not as quick as the BMW or the Aston Martin through that section. You can see the Aston just pulling down the road ever so slightly. Yeah, unfortunately I can only go back to like a minute at a time if I try and go back to a specific lap. Yeah, the software doesn't always react as you would expect. But we'll stay on board with this battle for the moment then. As I say, 11 minutes left to go, so probably about 5 laps left for Breitenstein to work his magic and try and get the Porsche ahead of the Aston. Thel, despite his unbelievable lap times, now still finds himself 9.3 seconds down on Hart, who is looking very good for that 2nd placed finish. Does have a bit of traffic to contend with, but should make his way through there fairly easily. But yeah, cars facing the other way in the Schumacher S's, yeah. It's a fairly high-speed part of the track, to say the least. So definitely could cause a bit of concern seeing a car facing directly at you. And the Porsche, you can just hear him hammering his way through the gears there, doing everything he can on that corner exit to try and catch up to the Aston ahead. The Aston definitely going to be in full defensive mode, as we've heard. The Porsche not the best in a straight line, but when it comes to the braking power of that car, it really is pretty unrivaled throughout the GT3 field. So definitely through the twisty stuff, Curto's absolutely going to have to be on his toes. 10 minutes left to go, and the QR Feck Cancer car back into the pits. Meredith just ahead of them for CVR2. Simi Thor in 16th, HRT in 15th. Bailey is in 14th position. Hilliard in 13th. Tully for Wiz Motorsport in 12th, with Pavlik in 11th for the India team. Although, has he just got moved on Biles as they exit the hairpin? They're heading up towards the Schumacher S, and it does look like the Aston has just got his nose in front then. And he has indeed, so after several patient laps into the hairpin, the BMW didn't really seem to hit the ground running. Oh no, that's not the shoe, that's not the hairpin, that's why. So this is into the hairpin. Oh, very nearly contact between the two. The Aston Martin right on that rear bumper, and the BMW running a bit wide, couldn't get the power down. And that is where Team India get themselves back up into the top 10. Biles then in 11th place, Pavlik up into 10th. Hart again putting in another very quick lap this time. 3/10 quicker than Thel. That's put that gap back up to 9.6 seconds. So still the closest battle here, 4th and 5th place. Big move to the inside line for the Aston Martin. Of course, potentially going for a cutback. Opens up the corner nicely, gets a good exit. Is he going to have a run through the Mercedes? It would be unlikely through here, given what we've seen already with the BMWs and Astons through this corner complex. The Porsche not quite got the grunt in the straight line, but can get it done on the brakes, so closes in once again. Fast running out of time. 8 minutes to go. Oh, and almost contact there. Very close between the two of them. The Aston taking the defensive line. The Porsche looking for any opportunity to get past the Aston, getting a good exit down towards the hairpin. Brightening in the Porsche. Can he get something done on the brakes? Quick flash of the lights, try and distract the driver ahead. Although that might actually be the car just ahead of them. Flashing at a blue flag up towards the Schumacher S. The Aston should get the job done here, but again the Porsche will close right in on the brakes in the left-hander. Double apex right down into Advan Bogan. He's out of the slipstream for this one. Again, just how close he gets on the brakes. He uses every millimetre of the track beautifully there. The Aston onto the apex. The Porsche follows him. Both of them kicking up a tiniest bit of gravel on that corner exit, but again in a straight line. It's Alex Curto. Stay off, and a little bit of a wiggle on the straight there, almost like he was controlling the car with joy, although he actually might be on a joypad. Now that I think about it. Sure. There's a couple of drivers who do that. Okay, Hizen is in the chat confirming that Thel pushed a bit hard on his tyres at the start of the stint. So yeah, his pace, I say dropping off slightly, he's still lapping in the low 56s. So still very quick lap times, but certainly not pushing as hard as he was to catch up to Hart ahead. Hart and the team had a great race so far, so too of course Matthew Gauthier. He's retaken the fastest lap of the race with a 54.760, and he has given himself a very comfortable gap up at the front. Hart in second, Thel in third, but it is 4th and 5th that we're still intently watching. They're just coming past car 51, that's Biles. They're just going to make their way past in 11th. That's the World Cup. Early defensive move from the Aston is going to completely take the inside line. Breitenstein going to look for the exit. Put extra use of the brakes here just to balance the car on his way through the corner up towards the Schumacher S. Again, the Aston Martin not lurking on the racing line fully, making sure he gives Breitenstein a decision to make on his way into the corners. Planting himself just on that inside. Breitenstein again on the brakes. Just unbelievable difference in performance between the Aston and the Porsche. But again, the acceleration on the corner exit, and the Aston pretty much got him bang to rights. Can Breitenstein craft out and overtake? 5 minutes left to go at 155 a lap. So 4 laps left, roughly. That'll take us to 154 for the 5 hours so far. 5 hours which have seen us raise £1,060 for the MindWise charity. So again, phenomenal stuff, and a massive thank you to everyone that got involved. Massive thank you to everyone as well from the race director. Oh, and look how much later he was on the brakes. Did seem to dive a little bit deep there. Almost got himself into a bit of a pickle. But he does manage to avoid it, really pushing to get that 4th place. Confirmation from the race director, 4 hours and 45 minutes into the race, which was due to be 5 hours long. We've got 4 minutes left, but up until 4 hours 45 minutes, only 8 incidents recorded in the race. So phenomenally clean racing right through the field. 2 of those protagonists, one of which, oh no, neither of which are on the screen at the moment. Sorry, it was the GT Performance car and the Wild Things Racing car. That was an absolute display. So if you didn't get to catch their battle earlier on in the race, please make sure you go back and watch the VOD. Incredible driving from the 2 of them, millimetres apart, lap after lap after lap. Looks like we're going to make it, says Kuya. Phenomenal stuff, saying hi to everyone as well. And it does indeed. Looks like you're going to make it to the end. 3 minutes left to go. So phenomenal effort from the 18 cars that have made it to the end. 2 cars disconnected from the server. One of them still in there, of course, Rafa's car. Nothing more heartbreaking than seeing someone put together a race like this for charity and then they don't actually get to finish the race themselves. Only got 7 laps in, effectively, before the server decided not to let them back out of the pits. Breitenstein definitely flashing those lights, trying to distract Kurto as much as possible. Out with the last corner. It suddenly got very dark very quick. I didn't think it was going to get as dark as it has at the moment. Certainly not too far into the race. It was looking nice and bright and clear. Pitch black now for the drivers out on track. Gautier, no problems from him up at the front. Hart past the last of the traffic that he's going to have to deal with. All down to Kurto and Breitenstein to bring the battle in action home. 2 minutes 25 left on the clock and only a couple of tenths of a second. Separating these two for 4th and 5th. Half a second it is now, that is through the Mercedes arena. The Porsche again just absolutely pressuring every opportunity. So much later on the brakes, but Kurto just sitting on the driving line or taking that defensive position dependent on the corner and doing exactly what he needs to bring home that 4th position. Of course, they started the car in 4th place ahead of the Manta Racing team, so this would be a great result for them. Gautier definitely bringing home the win then for Wild Things Racing after 5 hours. That is the leader on the final lap. Oh, drive through for Dubos, the HRT team picking up a penalty in the dying stages. Unbelievable. One for LD. Ooh, how the tables have turned. Oh, Nightbot. Oh, because of the yeah, there we go, Nightbot on full dictator mode this evening. DZ Jokes, you did indeed say the one running the purple Porsche would win. Prediction confirmed. It is the final lap, although Breitenstein and Kurto. Oh, there has been an overtake along the start-finish straight into turn number 1. Hopefully we still catch the winner crossing the line. But into turn number 1 at the start of the final lap, is the Porsche going for a look around the outside, potentially. Really has gone round the outside then. A little bit of contact through the corner. Cuthbert bringing it home for Team Will Race for Haggis. Well done, great racing economy. Thank you very much for that. Great racing by yourselves as well. I look away, just saw the overtake, so I missed the overtake again. But we did manage to see on screen there as I was reading the chat. So congratulations there. But Gautier coming down through Ad Van Bogen, we will catch the winner crossing the line out. The Breitenstein and Curto have seen fit to finish their business. 12 great laps between those two. And coming through the NGK chicane and into the Coca-Cola corner, it is Matthew Gautier for Wild Things Racing. As predicted in the chat, the purple Porsche will win, and with the lights flashing and the checkered flag waving, no mediocre Tim Cook waving either, it is Matthew Gautier who will cross the line for Wild Things Racing to bring home the win after 5 hours here at the Nurburgring. Alan Hart, phenomenal drive from him and his team. They're now 10.4 seconds down the road, so a great drive there. Kuyar, we did it. He's got the checkered flag. They made it home. Congratulations to Kuyar Fet Cancer team. The CVR2 car making it across the line as well. So too did Dubos. That's Alex Milchin. There's Pavlik being given the checkered flag as well. Alan Hart coming around at the last corner. He will take the checkered flag. He's definitely there, I promise. You can see the headlights. And the checkered flag for Alan Hart, and it will be Jonathan Thell, the GT Performance team. Unfortunately, unlucky with some equipment failures, but they do still find themselves on that podium. Breitenstein in 4th, Curto in 5th then for Wild Things Racing. British Line for Apex Not Found in 6th. It was Optimum Motorsport in 7th place, with Cuthbert coming across the line in 8th, with Will Race for Haggis, my absolute spiritual team. I'm going to add myself to your team on SimGrid, by the way, peeps, I hope you don't mind. Alex Mielchen for the Wiz Potato team. The crossover with Team Potato Nation and Wiz Motorsport in 9th place. Pavlik, congratulations for the India team, rounding out the top 10. Eamon Tully, despite being handed a stop with 30-second penalty from his teammate, brings the Wiz Motorsport McLaren across the line in 11th position. Hilliard in the Wiz MindWise Mercedes in 12th. Stephen Biles did get to finish his stints as well. Phenomenal stuff, got 13th position. Then it was Neil Bailey brought the car 53 home. Dubos brought HRT home in 15th position. Then it was Tate in 16th. Congratulations on winning the best livery as well. Phenomenal stuff. Let me just hit that, and that. So where do we get down to? Bailey and Dubos and Tate in 16th. Tate in the car in 16th. Meredith, Wollicott and Peltzel in the Audi in 17th. And Van Lerberg, CR and Bradbury coming home in 18th position. The server saw fit to disconnect Leach, Lingard, Brown, Scullion. Oh, so yeah, 3 times. You can see just how keen they want to rejoin. Lingard, Scullion. 3 entries they've got on the timing board, trying to get themselves back into the race. So yeah, phenomenal stuff. Let me just very quickly save the replay of that. No highlights to save, but that's fine. But yeah, congratulations to Gautier and Wild Things Racing for that one. Let me get control of my microphone again. We'll quickly bring up back up on screen. But what we'll do, again, let's have a massive shout out to Raf Scullion and the guys. Gavin Taylor, of course, the gentleman credited with suggesting the charity. Over £1,000 raised. Incredible stuff. So great to see. Great to see everyone taking part. Thank you to everyone that got themselves involved in the racing. Everyone, as I said, that shared. Let's do that. That shared the stream, shared the link, got the donations out there. Thank you very much to our wonderful race director. 8 incidents in the whole for 5 hours. So phenomenal stuff. Thank you all, and brilliant commentary from Raven as per usual. Cheers, bud. I did have a couple of breaks in between, but yeah, we got some incredible action out on track. Bring on the haggis. says, "Oh, save me, Jeebus." Could not agree more. I know exactly what I'm ordering on my pizza for the end of the UFC tonight. Austin was also saying, "Thank you so much," says the Racing Penguin. Yeah, guys, honestly, let's just all give one another a big pat on the back for raising all this money. Not just here to donate money, but here to raise awareness as well. So if you do need some help with your mental health, then please, MindWise is one of the best places you could possibly go to start your journey on the road to mental wellness. So yeah, the first step can often seem the most daunting, but definitely the most rewarding. So hopefully, if there is anyone out there that needs some help, that website can be the key. But for me, I think that's about all we're going to have time for this evening. A few server issues, a few audio issues, but we smashed through 4 hours and 51 minutes this last jump, all for an amazing cause. Thank you to everyone that got themselves. Indeed, Mr. Rafa, it is indeed time for UFC. I'm going to get the last 3 fights. Hurrah! So there we go. And for anybody that's wondering, Leon Edwards. And there is a very good reason for that. In 75% of trilogy fights, the fighter that wins the second fight goes on to win the third. And in 80% of trilogy fights where the second fight was won by knockout, the fighter that won the second fight goes on to win. So go Leon Edwards. Big shout out again to everyone involved. Thank you to Wiz Motorsport. And thank you to MindWise for the work that you guys do, keeping us all sane and on the path. Until next we meet, which of course, remember as well, the raffle and the prizes will all be announced next Saturday on this channel. We'll give you another reminder of that on Tuesday night during the Wiz Motorsport League. So until Tuesday night, you all stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your weekends. Good night.